We are anonymous. How is it that it seems no one remembers just a few short years ago?
These are the steps that we must take.
There are plenty of steps we can take
right now
to
start getting our economy back on track.
to help create jobs and grow this economy.
If we are going to deal with our dependence on foreign oil,
If we're going to end our dependence on foreign oil,
We'll recruit an army of new teachers.
I want to recruit an army of new teachers.
make college affordable.
Make college more affordable.
And repair our crumbling roads and bridges.
We've got crumbling roads and bridges.
Tonight, more Americans are out of work.
We still got friends out there, family, who are looking for work.
At a time when so many people are struggling to keep up.
A moment when so many people are still struggling.
If you are willing to work with me,
If you're willing to work even harder in this election,
then I promise you,
then I promise you change will come.
Shall we play a game?
If you see something, say something. Report suspicious activity to local authorities.
If you're not breaking the law, if you're not doing anything wrong, then you shouldn't worry what the government is doing.
Terrorism, 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 Al-Qaeda, Mohammed, terrorism, terrorism, war in Iraq, war in Afghanistan, Al-Qaeda, Osama bin Laden.
It's not like my government would ever do it to me. But guess what? You're wrong.
Protest is now illegal in the U.S. Move along, citizen.
And yet we just sit there and calmly do and say, oh, they're making us safe.
I don't even know whose side I'm on.
Okay, this is straight out of 1984. We're living in a police state.
I never had a choice of what happened to me.
The city is being turned into a police state. Militarized riot gear, LRAD machines, and drones overhead.
Corporations have more power than the government.
Our government now works for the banks.
America, the greatest losses to our freedom have come not from someone attacking us, but from the government ignoring the Constitution and the majority letting them get away with it.
Yeah, we torture. Yeah, we spy on them. Yeah, we do all of this, but it's no big deal. Get used to it. You know what? We're not going to get used to it.
Police have opened fire on the crowd.
We're all in serious, serious danger.
Millions of dollars spent on new police gear, trucks ready to function as rolling barricades.
What you have here is, this is the wars coming home.
If anybody doesn't believe this government is capable of doing these kinds of things, you're out of your mind.
Go back to bed, America. Your government is in control again.
Well, you know, America's a strange country. All you need to keep them pacified is give them a dozen donuts and a gun. They don't seem to have the capacity, the intellectual capacity, to think of their own self-interest in any other way than the next 5 minutes.
It's time to wake up.
Wake up, America!
Wake up, America.
The proles, if only they could somehow become conscious of their own strength, would have no need to conspire. They needed only to rise up and shake themselves like a horse shaking off flies. If they chose, they could blow the party to pieces tomorrow morning. Surely sooner or later it must occur to them to do it. Until they become conscious, they will never rebel, and until after they have rebelled, they cannot become conscious.
The time is coming when the window for us to restore the control of our government to ourselves will close, and we had damn well better act before then.
You want to know why the American public is fit? They're fit because they're not seeing their Congress do the work that they're sent to do.
We need to demand more of our elected officials.
Damn bills that come out here all the damn time. Come out here in the last second. And I gotta try to figure out how to vote for my people.
Bathed in the excesses of power, they passed a bill that by their own admission, they hadn't read.
This is PR politics. Unanimous consent that we bring up the bill to extend the tax cut for 160 million Americans. As you walk off the floor, Mr. Speaker, you're walking out.
If you want to stand up on the floor of the Senate and defend the Wall Street banks like Bank of America and the credit card companies, be my guest. I would rather stand with the consumers and retailers who've been taken to the cleaners for years and years.
Why aren't we questioning the underlying premise of the need for a bailout with taxpayers' money? Why aren't we passing new laws that stop the speculation which triggered this? Why aren't we directly helping homeowners with their debt burden? Why aren't we helping American families faced with bankruptcy? Why aren't we reducing debts for Main Street instead of Wall Street? Is this the United States Congress or the board of directors of Goldman Sachs?
When I fuck up, who bails me out? No one.
There is no one here to object. This is why the American people have thrown you out of power. You see, you're right. It is within your sole discretion to recognize a member. But you chose to exercise the power of the gavel, Madam Speaker. Therein lies the problem. If he's not here to pull off this political stunt, then we should just proceed and this bill should be withdrawn. It is the right thing to do by the American people to stop these tactics.
Enough!
And make no mistake about it, this is not about national security.
But my point about this is a war without end. I'm afraid of giving up the right to trial by jury and hoping that someday they will declare an end to this war and they'll give back the right to trial by jury.
Mr. Speaker, a nationwide revolt is developing over the body scanners at the airports, and it should.
And we also know there are individuals who are making money off this. They say, trust us. Trust us, the people who brought us Katrina, to be competent in face of a disaster. Trust us, the people who brought us warrantless wiretapping and other excesses eroding our civil liberties. Trust us.
Many of us were told in private conversations that if we voted against this bill on Monday, that the sky would fall, the market would drop 2,000 or 3,000 points the first day, another couple thousand the second day, and a few members were even told that there would be martial law in America if we voted no.
We're not trying to scare kids. This president's foreign policy is what's scaring the kids of this country. Well, it's the same people that told us Saddam Hussein had something to do with 9/11. Same people that told us Saddam Hussein had weapons of mass destruction. Same people that told us we were going to be able to use the oil for reconstruction money. Same people that told us that we'd be greeted as liberators, not occupiers. Same people, same president that told us the Taliban is gone. Same president that told us that Poland is our ally 2 days before they pull out. Same president that tells us Iraq is going just great. Same president that tells us the economy is going just great. Same people that told us the tax cut was going to create millions of jobs. Same people that told us that the Medicare program only cost $400 billion when it really cost $540 billion. So please forgive us for not believing what you're saying. Please forgive the students of this country for not believing what you're saying. Not one thing about this war that has been told to the American people or that has been told to these college students has been true. Not one thing. Bremer says we need more troops. The Pentagon says we need more troops. And this president can't get them from the international community. There's only one option left. Let's be honest with the American people.
Fascism, by definition, is when corporations team up with organized religion and control the government. Do I have to say anything more? Wouldn't you say that we're on the brink if we're not there?
We're witnessing a slow and steady takeover of our true freedoms. And now we see the government taking over banks. We see the government taking over car companies, insurance. We're being told what cars we can drive, how much we can make. And now they want to take control of our health care.
It's one more attempt for them to put everything that we do day and night under the control of the federal government.
Are you willing to sacrifice your freedom for liberty?
Well, I say that they're taking away our free will. The American people are being forced to do something they don't want to do.
But there really is a difference between us, and it's basically this. We don't think the government should be in control of all of this. We want people to be in control. And that, at the end of the day, is the big difference.
What they are trying to do is create an America very unlike the America that has existed for centuries. The thing associated with America, freedom, is precisely what must be destroyed if this is to be turned into a fundamentally different country to suit Obama's vision of the country and of himself.
I think he's going way beyond his constitutional powers assigned to the executive branch, which is, by definition, an imperial precedent.
Once again, total power in one person's hands, not the American way.
He's centralizing power inside the Beltway, taking power and decision-making from families, from individuals, and as a consequence, what he's doing is building an unchecked executive.
Now, I hate to point fingers at anybody, but the President administration probably has a lot to do with that.
But you know who's responsible for it? We are. Personal responsibility.
Where is the outrage to come from? From you.
It turns out you're the knight in shining armor.
First, you've got to get mad.
You've got to say, I'm a human being. God damn it. My life has value. It is time for us to take our country back.
The real problem is that the American people have been too submissive. We have accepted the notion that we should be treated like cattle. Make us safe, make us secure, put us in the barbed wire. It's time for the American people to stand up, shrug off the shackles of our government.
And the way I see it, they're not going to quit doing it until they bring this country to its knees. So I think we should all rise up and we should stop this administration from what they're doing because they're destroying this country.
We, the people, have got to get control back of our country.
The American people will revolt.
Our government sucks.
So what do you say? Maybe we should all just stop paying our taxes and revolt. Because this is bull.
When our forefathers wrote the Constitution with the right to bear arms, it was not about hunting and fishing. The Second Amendment, the right to bear arms, is there so that we, the public, if our government gets out of control, we have the ability to rise up and change it. Now, many people have said to me, well, wait a minute. How could we, the citizens, ever stand up to the U.S. government and their entire military might? Well, wait a minute. I got the answer. We threw everything we had at Vietnam, and they were nothing but a bunch of farmers with a few AK-47s, and they withstood it all. Don't ever allow anyone to tell you that it can't be done. It can be done.
To the government of the United States, those who make peaceful revolution impossible will make violent revolution inevitable. It is the constitutional right of the people to reform this government as we see fit. Over the past year, we have shown you what we are capable of. You can continue to resist us or you can allow us to exercise our rights. We truly hope you choose the latter so that we can peacefully return this country to the principles it was founded upon and restore power to the people. To the citizens of the United States, it is our goal to reform this current government with your help. We do not want anarchy. We do not want chaos. What we want is to restore power to the people. Governments are supposed to derive their powers from the consent of the governed. Over the next few months, we will be releasing a series of videos detailing our reformation plans. IdeaVote will give every American a voice. We ask from you to use your voices. This new world is not one that we wish to shape ourselves. This new world will be that of the people, and the choice is yours to make in what direction we will go.
Secretive organization known as Anonymous, a loose-knit group of computer hackers who came to the defense of WikiLeaks and got the attention of law enforcement in the process. They are young and stealthy, and they are potential giant killers.
Anonymous hacker activists have basically got together and are exacting revenge for what they see as attacks on WikiLeaks, and they're targeting a number of corporations that have cut off their ties with WikiLeaks.
So they see themselves as protesters. Essentially that the government can't prevent you or I from talking openly. They interpret it much more broadly. They believe that everybody has an inalienable right to say whatever they want on any forum whatsoever.
Now today, this group of computer hackers are apparently threatening cyber war over this WikiLeaks case. What do you know about that?
Yeah, NBC is reporting that Anonymous, it's a group we've heard of before, is threatening new attacks not only on U.S. corporations, but also on some of the government officials.
Number one story, MasterCard announced Monday it would no longer process payments to WikiLeaks. This morning, internet activists crashed its website. This afternoon, Visa.com crashed. Tonight, Twitter might be next. It suspended an Operation Payback account. A group calling itself Anonymous has been waging Operation Payback for a few months now. The group says it is dedicated to a, quote, anonymous, decentralized movement that fights against censorship and copy wrong.
Well, officials have confirmed that at least 41 Malaysian government websites had been hacked overnight. This follows a threat by hacker group Anonymous to punish the authorities for internet censorship. Officials say that 51 websites were hit and at least 41 of them were disrupted in these attacks.
Targets like H.B. Gary, a major cybersecurity firm some U.S. government agencies rely on to keep their computers safe. Last month, H.B. Gary boasted it would expose Anonymous. The response was swift. Anonymous took down their website, stole thousands of emails, and posted them on the internet. The CEO resigned. Anonymous is credited with bringing down government websites in Tunisia, Egypt, and Libya. And now it's made new threats against companies and government officials complicit in what it views as the mistreatment of Bradley Manning, the Army private accused of leaking to WikiLeaks.
Anonymous is powerful enough that it's certainly struck fear into the hearts of some of the biggest technology companies, the biggest companies in the whole world.
Our own Justice Department doesn't take any action against these guys. It's been 3 years since the debacle in Wall Street that caused our economic collapse. And where's Washington? Where's Washington? They haven't done a damn thing. But look, what you're looking at here, in combination of all these things, is a new model on how to fight back. You have to take action into your hands. Direct, peaceful resistance.
We decided long ago that the dangers of excessive and unwarranted concealment of pertinent facts far outweighed the dangers which are cited to justify it. And there is very grave danger that an announced need for increased security will be seized upon by those anxious to expand its meaning to the very limits of official censorship and concealment. That I do not intend to permit to the extent that it's in my control. For we are opposed around the world by a monolithic and ruthless conspiracy that relies primarily on covert means for expanding its sphere of influence, on infiltration instead of invasion, on subversion instead of elections, on intimidation instead of free choice, on guerrillas by night instead of armies by day. It is a system which has conscripted vast human and material resources into the building of a tightly knit, highly efficient machine that combines military, diplomatic, intelligence, economic, scientific, and political operations. Its preparations are concealed, not published. Its mistakes are buried, not headlined. Its dissenters are silenced, not praised. No expenditure is questioned, no rumor is printed, no secret is revealed.
Uh-oh, SpaghettiOs. You could be in a lot of trouble. Now, people have figured out that you can hit the powerful where it counts in their pocketbooks. The same thing happened in Egypt, where Mubarak only stepped down after the labor strikes began. And then there's the national and international movement against the power establishment. The group Anonymous recently released this video warning the global banking systems.
We are a decentralized, non-violent resistance movement which seeks to restore the rule of law and fight back against the organized criminal class.
Now that's a little spooky, but I liked it. And apparently they came armed with documents, which we're going to tell you about in a second. But look, what I like is peaceful resistance.
However, they can't just randomly launch an attack. And in order to do it, you have to go on this IRC chat. Anyone can suggest a target. And that person then has to make a compelling case for the target, and then whoever happens to be, it's a quorum of whoever happens to be awake, can vote up or down on this target. So if somebody has not made a compelling enough case, enough people may pull their computers off of this voluntary botnet that the attack might not be nearly as effective. So it is, in fact, an amazing kind of Athenian democracy. If you forget sort of the ethics of what they're doing, place that to one side, what they've achieved is sort of this set of checks and balances that agrees in a very fluid way on what the target is.
This is the new model of fighting back against the establishment and against corporate power. Don't wait for your knight in shining armor to show up from D.C. The bad news is he ain't coming. The good news is it turns out you're the knight in shining armor.
I believe that Gandhi's views were the most enlightened of all the political men in our time. We should strive to do things in his spirit, not to use violence in fighting for our cause, but by non-participation in anything you believe is evil.
What's next? What's next is all they can do is shut down the internet itself. And we see how that went for them in Egypt. And we, the people, know that when the government shuts down the internet, that's when it's time to shut down the government. We are Anonymous. We are Legion. We do not forgive. We do not forget. Expect us. And now, you can expect a whole lot more.
face the New World Order. Your country calls for you to follow orders and to stand in place like a slave drone. We call for you to say no. We call for you to say you are anonymous. You have the right to stay anonymous, and so shall you do so. Go to protest and stand up for what you believe in. Stand up for what is right. Stand up and say you are anonymous. We are anonymous. We are Legion. We do not forgive. We do not forget. Expect us.
Good evening. We begin tonight with a rare look inside Anonymous.
They're this shadowy and motley group of hackers and activists who answer to no one, drawn together by a love of internet mischief.
Well, now they're evolving into this movement of social change, a real driving force behind the Wall Street occupiers. No surprise, they're hated by corporate security, but also hunted by the FBI.
And one of the questions we're asking is, who are these people and why are they taking to the streets? To get some answers, Amber Lyons stepped into the shadows.
Back up. It's a dark and disturbing vision. A world where riot police attack with impunity.
What happened?
He got shot.
Get back.
Where democracy is corrupted by greed and dissent is crushed. That's how Anonymous sees America. And they say that's why they're fighting back.
We are Legion. We do not forgive. We do not forget.
It's a movement that defies description. Leaderless.
Tell me what democracy looks like.
Faceless. Anarchic.
This is our space.
A loose collective born on the internet. Anonymous has no official members and no hierarchy. But within the group, some individual Anons have greater standing, earned by their skills as hackers, video makers,
to see it with my own eyes and record it myself,
and increasingly street-level activists.
Tell me what police state looks like.
Troy, not his real name, is one of them.
This is what happens when the people have had enough. This is what happens when greed goes unchecked.
Troy says he was drawn to Occupy Wall Street after watching his mother struggle with medical debts. He himself is working 2 jobs to make ends meet, despite having a college degree.
You kind of just lose track of days, lose track of time, but it's worth it. It's all worth it.
We met him at the Occupy Wall Street camp at Zuccotti Park.
There's no specific person that talks for us. It's more like a hive, you know, an idea is brought up and whoever agrees with it, if the overwhelming majority of people that agree with it, then we go with it.
So we're following Troy, and he's been out here policing, kind of making sure that all of these protesters are getting along with the community and not causing any problems.
We're handling internal affairs as far as damage control within the community, making sure that everybody's respecting the local small businesses around here. How's it going?
But he's not just watching over the protests. He's also watching the police. Part of the evolution of Anonymous from hackers to activists. Anonymous was born a decade ago in one of the weirdest and darkest corners of the internet. An anything-goes image board called 4chan. 4chan users post anonymously, and the name stuck.
We do not forgive.
The group adopted a distinct identity and its own symbolism. A mask taken from the movie V for Vendetta. A retelling of the story of the English rebel Guy Fawkes and his plot to blow up the House of Lords in 1605. Instead of gunpowder, Anonymous.
I hereby declare this to be an unlawful assembly. I order all those assembled to immediately disperse. You may be arrested.
And we are live. Welcome to episode 25, Anonymous Bites Back. This is Tyler Durden. I am a fictional character inside somebody else's head.
My name is Rosie, and yes, Tyler is a fictional character in his own head.
I'm Arthur Wolf. I'm just me, Mr. Wolf.
I'm Preston from Texas.
And I'm Steve from Virginia.
Perfect. Tonight's show, we're going to be going over paranormal entities, astral projection, and energies associated with ghosts and paranormal activity. I want to start this off with just a little story that I've shared with the Anonymous Bites Back co-host. So I moved into a new house in Phoenix, Arizona, built in the 1930s, one of the original properties here in this area. And it's haunted, just to say it lightly. You guys seen the video? Basically, it's messing with the electrical in the house. Light flickerings. Haven't seen any actual physical apparitions, but I really don't want to.
It's pretty responsive, though. I'll second that.
It is very responsive. We were asking it questions like, do you need us to help you with anything? And the light would blink in response to the questions. And every time I've tried to record it, as soon as I get my phone out and hit record, the light stops. But yesterday it actually let me record it, which was really cool because it was a 2-minute clip of me asking questions just in midair. Yes, I was smoking weed. Do not judge me. I am not crazy.
Did you hear that?
Everybody here on the cast seen it.
Did you hear that?
So it wasn't just me.
Did you hear that?
No, stop. No. But yeah, it was pretty wild, I gotta say. So we did a little digging, and the property, we don't know necessarily if it is Native American land, or if, because it's Arizona, if it's maybe Wild West stuff. Because we got Tombstone in Arizona, a lot of older history. So I'm gonna do a little bit of digging and find out. But as far as, I mean, everybody has their own story of something that they've seen that just doesn't add up in their head. And again, we're trained to think that those things aren't real. And whether it's based on religion, thinking there's angels and they're following us, or whether you think it's somebody's energy from a long time ago, locations can actually keep that energy. And that's kind of what I'm hearing. Does anybody else want to add anything to that?
I'm trying to think of the word they call that.
We got an expert here. We actually do. Aaron, what are your thoughts?
Well, I've been dealing with this for a long time. Since I was 7, there was a woman at the end of my bed. And then, yeah, she hung out with me a lot. My room was always exceptionally cold. And I woke up at, 3 o'clock in the morning, 3:30. Rolled over my eyes, and there she was, standing at the end of my bed. And, she had no eyes, and she was a brunette, but she was harmless. So it's been my whole life, I've been seeing them, feeling them, dreaming them. But then it wasn't until I really got into, I went to college. Girl, who ended up becoming my sister-in-law, and she is a bona fide psychic medium. So she kind of really helped me a lot to kind of understand this. And when you have, minerals and things like that kind of can trap energy. Houses are made of all types of stuff. Concrete's made of all types of materials as well. And there's certain, pipes and copper, things like that are going to trap energy.
For sure.
My personal opinion on it is you are comprised of 3 parts. Your physical carcass, your soul, and your spirit. So when formed, the first organ is a heart, right? So your soul comes. That's who you are. And then your brain. And that is what I interpret to be your spirit. And every apparition I've ever seen has never had eyes. So that's kind of why I don't think it's a soul. So, where does your energy go when you die? And goes to a different place. Where does your energy go? Your energy either goes into another carcass or your energy stays in a footprint of time. And what
Wouldn't
is
it go
time?
into like the grass and back into like the earth and back into like the source to be then
Your body
recycled?
does.
But
Your
not
body
your energy.
does. No, the cat is funny.
That's why we're having this talk. That's why we're having this talk, guys.
No, I got a
the
weird
cat's
story for
seeing
you,
it.
but I've had nightmares about this. God, I don't even like talking about it. I don't know. Maybe I'll hold it off for later.
Yeah, I mean, when she mentioned somebody at the foot of her bed, it reminds me, I actually, since I was about 12 years old, I was living on military housing in San Francisco. The military housing was really, really old. The shadows down the hallway. And at first, this was before I even used drugs, so you can't blame that. So I'm serious. I'm being real. I seen this little girl. She was about 11 years old, and I'm actually named after my grandfather's sister, who died when she was about 10 to 12 years old. And from back then, it was called a testy fly, TSTES fly. They bit, but they actually carried plagues and stuff like that. So she died in 1911. So the figure that I've been seeing, I've always associated with her. Because on my dad's side of the family, my dad had blonde hair when he was born, and not everybody's blonde, but for some reason I think this girl's hair is really, really light. Well, I literally see her, everything, again, not the eyes. I see her face, I see her body, and I don't look for feet, but there was only one other figure I've ever seen, and I swear to God, don't laugh, it looked like an older gentleman with no eyes that looked like older Burt Reynolds.
What?
Mm-hmm.
I'm kidding. He has like the whole creeper stash across the top, the whole works.
Sure, he wasn't wasn't like the creepy guy who lived in the corner. I'm just playing.
What is that? Miami Vice kind of shit.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like that. Yeah, I swear to God. But he's actually been with the little girl. So not only have I seen them separate, I've seen them together. Well, after I seen the ghost then, my parents moved. Again, my dad's got really bad taste because he was in the military. He got transferred to Southern California and moved to a property that was built in 1935 by the McCoys, like the Hatfield and McCoys. All the neighbors used to tell me that underneath they used to hang people. Well, I knew that in my parents' laundry room there was this place you can open, and it would go underneath the house, but there was no way to get down there. And it used to scare the fuck out of me because my room was right next to my parents' room, and there was this long staircase. But when my parents weren't home, because my mom worked graveyard and my dad was away in the military, I was 13 years old, and I literally could hear footsteps up the stairs by my room. Creeped me the fuck out, man. I made my brother and sister sleep in my room, and they were younger, just because I was not going to be alone. And this is before I started smoking weed or doing anything crazy. These things were already in my head, and I was raised by a cradle Catholic family. I wasn't even allowed to watch movies like Freddy and Jason growing up. I wasn't allowed to watch horror movies. So for me to come up with these ideas in my head, now that I'm older, I look back at it and think that there's no way I could have made this up, And that figure, I've seen the little girl off and on throughout 30 years of my life, 20 years of my life, Now that I have children of my own, my 14-year-old is real sensitive to the same stuff. Like, I've talked to my boyfriend about what I've seen, and my son has went behind me and not knowing that I've told him the same fucking stories of the same figures. That's creepy as fuck. Like, as soon as I moved into this new place, my son came over for the first time, and it was like 24 hours after I'd moved in. I told my boyfriend again, like, I'm seeing shadows down the hallway. I don't think they're negative. It's an older gentleman. There's an older gentleman, and I think there's children playing. My son comes in 24 hours later and tells him the same fucking story again. So obviously it's not just me. Maybe we're empathic and we can sense some stuff. Like, James is behind me. I nearly shit myself. Yeah. I mean, you've seen the light in the video. My friend was here and she said, I don't think it's wanting to talk to me. I think it's wanting to talk to you, which is even more scary,
I mean, it's kind of like it's kind of like satellite radio, right? Everybody has the ability, you just got to tune in. And I feel like your reality is limited by your own self. So your brain is going to search for what it perceives to be a rational explanation for what it is seeing. And if you're not open to the fact that you're in a very shallow realm of time right now, then you're going to ignore this stuff and brush it off as something like an electrical issue, when in reality, it is your electricity is not faulty. Or, they get a lot of energy from electricity, or electronics, I should say. So my apartment I lived in before this was extremely active. And if I would watch certain things, it would just stop functioning. And it was a brand new TV. There was no faulty wiring, nothing like that. And it was just only if I watched certain things.
I've been in apartments. Sadly, I've moved like 5 times in the last year. And every place I go, I still have the same stuff, I remember times where TVs have turned on by themselves, and I've been with different groups of people. I know when lights have turned... Yeah, my boyfriend said lights have turned on by themselves. Like, things that shouldn't happen have happened. I've had... TV flickering was one of the scariest, and that was about 10 years ago. But last night, when the energy was communicating with light, it was actually about 20 minutes before a huge storm hit, and the temperature had dropped dramatically. So we're in Phoenix. It's like going from 85 degrees to 50 degrees in a matter of an hour. And that's huge. That's huge, The storm came in, and there was 30-mile-an-hour winds, and it was literally rattling the windows of the house last night. And it makes me think, because I have single-pane windows because it's an older home, something hit these windows, it would literally shatter and, be almost tornadic in my house. So, it's warning me, you know what I mean? Maybe it had something to tell me, like, you need to prepare for these storms, or, I don't know. I'm just curious, because I don't know if it's something to do with the property itself, or if it's what I've been seeing since I was little. Because some people, when you talk about seeing ghosts, they think you're crazy, unless you speak to somebody else like you, Aaron, of course, who's seen something similar. Like you saying about the foot of the bed, that's the same thing I see. And that's creepy as fuck to know that somebody else, why do they sit at the foot of your fucking bed?
Like stalkers. Like,
yeah, they are.
You. But, the way I interpreted it with her, because we lived in that house until I was 18, and then I went to college, but I started smoking weed at 18. And I'll tell you what, weed really, if people really want to see this stuff and really want to, because I feel like it happens more when you're younger, because your reality is infinite at that point. And as you get older, you start to really kind of shut down. And when you start to smoke weed, you're open. Your brain is just open. So when I would smoke weed, I'd get home, and there was a bathroom right next to my bedroom. And I'd go in, and I would start to wash my face, and I would feel her behind me. Like the hair, it's the hair on the back of your neck. It stands up, and I would hear whispering, and I would just tell myself, "You're high. You're just high." But that's not the case. All the time. And then I took my sister-in-law, the psychic medium, by the house, and I said, "Hey, I'm going to take you by this house real quick. I want to see if anything's going on." And I took her by the house, and she said, "There's a woman in that house." There absolutely was a woman in that house. And then my parents sold my brother the house so he could start his family. And I was dog sitting for them. And my bedroom that I grew up in, where she hung out, was directly above the living room. So my friends and I were there. We watched Exorcism of Emily Rose, and I told them about this house being pretty active. Yeah, you know what I'm like? Why
You're
would I do
brave
that?
as fuck.
Well, at this point, it's been years of dreams and apparitions, but it's creepy. It's creepy because you don't know what you're getting. And so we were sitting there, and off. We were just talking, and footsteps were upstairs, and I was like, "Get the fuck out of here! I'm done with this house. It's too much." And it's creepy, and there's no real explanation for this. But sorry, I'm rambling.
No, you're fine.
But I've thought about this because it's been a lot more. The past 2 years, my dreams have been a lot more of premonitions, And
that's where I'm at.
Yeah, it's CERN. I blame CERN. But the energy's been really crazy, and I've been thinking about it, and it's like, all right, well, to deny it's basically denying physics. If we deny that, spirits get trapped here because, the rule of physics is energy cannot be created nor destroyed. So where does the energy go?
True.
If it's not going into another person, it has to go somewhere. So they're just basically stuck.
I agree completely. Like my stories go back as far as longer than I can remember. Like family has told me, I've had near-death experiences throughout my whole life. I've had 3 major surgeries, battled cancer. Like, oh my gosh. I fractured my skull. I've been in drug-induced comas. I've had hematomas bleeding in my brain. I've broke 17 bones. Like, I keep coming back. When I was 3 years old, the property that my parents had lived on with my grandparents, it was a farm, now an insane asylum, whatever. But I was, real story. But fucking my grandfather had built the house, and I was 3 years old, and they had a 12-foot swimming pool. This was back before swimming pools had the regulation of how deep you can have a private pool. Well, I fell into the swimming pool because one of my cousins had opened the gate. Well, I was considered hypothermic and dead at the scene at 3 years old. Now, again, I was raised Catholic. So when I woke up at the hospital, what I'm hearing from my family now as an adult was that I was talking about a light, and I was talking about seeing people. Well, I was 3 years old, guys. Like, I literally didn't watch anything scarier than Bambi till I was probably 13, and this is no bullshit. I don't know how I turned out this bad, but I mean, and to hear this from grown adults 20, 30 years later, that this stuff happened and this is what I said, it's just kind of crazy, and to look at the path of life I've had since then, as far as like being my perception and ability to like see things that maybe other people can't, it's kind of creepy,
I was going to ask you if you had ever died, but I didn't know how to go about
I have. I have.
Yeah.
I used to barrel race horses when I was 14 years old, and my boyfriend at the time had spooked the horse. I fell off the horse into a guardrail. The horse stepped on the side of my head, fracturing my skull. I was life-flighted, completely unconscious, and they had to shave half my hair and actually drill into my skull to relieve pressure and swelling. I was put into a drug-induced coma for 3 weeks, but that wasn't the first time I passed. I believe the first time I passed was when I was 3.
Yeah, you ascended at that point.
Yeah.
So you're going to have a way deeper perception of that realm than probably any of us will, because you went into a different dimension.
It's pretty gnarly. Like I think back to like being in a drug-induced coma, and I only remember waking up once in a while. I don't even remember sleeping. I just remember, I can almost remember what the room looked like if I was actually looking at from above. And that's when the astral projection, like the term, comes into play. Like I literally was in a drug-induced coma, and my memories of it, like looking back at being in the hospital, all I see is me looking down on myself in my memories. Wow. Which is kind of powerful, you know what I mean? And this is not even stuff I tell people. It's just so you guys know, like these are like deep dark wounds, kind of, you know what I mean? But I was in a military naval hospital when I had my drug-induced coma, and the hospital was again on a historic land at Balboa Naval Hospital in San Diego, and the land was taken over by the military. So there's a lot of things and like energy at that property, like. I just see myself looking down at myself and me being unconscious. That's all I see. I see doctors in a room. It's weird.
Wow.
It's weird. It's like I don't remember. I remember like how the room was set up from an aerial view. It's kind of far-fetched, but it's true.
There was a movie about that.
And that was
about a 5-year-old kid that was in the hospital. I'm pretty sure the movie was considered to be true. He said the same thing. He was able to see his body from above. He could see his mom in one room yelling at the doctor. He could see his dad praying in the chapel. He could see it all. He said he met his, what was it, like 2 years older than him, his sister or some shit like that was never born. She had a miscarriage. And the little girl was like the age she would have been that he's seen. And he asked what her name was, and she said she never got a name. Just all that kind of stuff, you know. And I don't know, I believe the movie. I believe in all that spiritual stuff, and like what you're saying, it's all legit. It's real, you know. There is something.
Yeah.
You do go somewhere. You see things.
Yeah, for me,
it's just what?
For me, it was creepy as fuck. I don't know.
Well, it's scary for me now.
Yeah, I had nightmares. I had
place
nightmares,
I live.
I had nightmares about this shit forever. So like my dad, when he got his divorce, he bought this house that was like way undervalued, and like I didn't find out about like what had happened until like a couple of months because my dad didn't have regular custody of me. So I found out later on that some kid, or the previous owner's kids, or son, had shot himself in my room, committed suicide. And this was, I swear to God, like I could not go to sleep in that room. I always felt like somebody was watching me, and this went on for years. And when I was alone in that house, the dogs would always be downstairs, and I would always hear somebody running around in my room upstairs. This went on for years. We don't have rats.
Yeah, he's stuck.
It was not rats. It was not anything. I didn't want to tell my parents because I thought I was going crazy for like a long time. What I tried to do was try not to go to my dad's house as much as possible.
How do you tell somebody that? Like, how do you tell somebody when you're a kid, hey, I'm seeing something. I'm seeing a person in my room.
I did, and I got
put
in the behavioral health unit.
I didn't see anything, but it was always the running up and down the running up the stairs, and in my room, things moving around in my room when I'm not in the room, and then the feeling of being in my room and somebody else is there that I can't see. That was the constant theme.
In your stomach. It's the feeling in your stomach.
No, I literally felt like somebody else was in the room, but I couldn't see them.
There was one time when I was 8 years old. I remember, like, again, I was 8 years old. Like, I was listening to my CD player. I think it was Ace of Base. I can almost hear it in my head still. And the music was still playing. And I woke up and it felt like somebody was holding me down. And now that I watch movies like Paranormal Activities, it scares the fuck out of me thinking about what happened because all I can feel is the emotion from that day. And I woke up and I started screaming and my parents came in because I felt like something scratched me. And I remember seeing scratches on a part of my back I couldn't even reach.
Can we do an echo test?
So, I mean, and I didn't have any pets then besides fish. So these are the kind of memories I have now of, like, the energies, you know what I mean? So.
Can we do an echo test?
This new place. What?
Somebody's got really bad echo. Ping.
Was that me?
Yeah, you just have to turn down the audio on your thing. Somehow it's coming in through your mic back into your...
Is that better?
A little bit.
Oh, I wasn't hearing anything.
Better? Rose?
I'm here.
Oh, that's better.
Okay. Yeah, I add that to the list of injuries. I've had my eardrums blown twice, so I can't hear. Add that to the list. In a bubble. But as far as my children, like my 14-year-old, he's scared of everything. He's 14 years old, shouldn't be scared of anything. And he's the one that's really perceptive to things like I am. So, I mean, since he was little, like, he started, after my best friend had passed away, he had ended up getting what they call night terrors. I've never seen a child have night terrors before. I have 3 children, so this was really scary for me. He ended up getting a really high fever, and of course I was giving him Tylenol. My best friend had passed away. Well, my son was allergic to watermelon. So, like, he woke up in the middle of the night and he was screaming. Well, he was screaming and with night terrors.
Are you knocking
they
at me?
look at you.
Oh, sorry. Hold on. Let me mute. Sorry.
So with the night terrors, my child was screaming, but he wasn't looking at me. He was screaming all over the room. And he was saying there's a black figure in the top of the room and there's a giant watermelon. I freak out. You know what I mean? I'm like, what is he fucking talking about? Because he's screaming bloody murder, 8 years old, frantic. I can't control him, can't hold him down. He's running through the house, scared. There's something in my room. There's something in my room. And my friend was native. Like, she used to make jokes I'm black because she's so brown, because she's a pure-blooded native, you know? So when he said a black figure in the room, that's the first thing I thought of. But he had also, 3 days before, watched a dragon movie they had on Disney. So, I mean, had this like figure, and that's what I correlated it with. But the fear in his eyes, like, he didn't even look like the same person. You know what I mean? It was like a fear that something he'd seen something that he just can't express or explain. And my son, that's been 6 years, he holds that like the memories I hold.
Yeah.
So when he came in here and said that he feels a presence, and he described the same thing, an older gentleman with graying hair, tall, skinny, and children playing. He's seen the same thing I did. And it's not even a physical seeing, it's like an intuition that you know.
Yeah. Yeah. He's clairvoyant. He's got it.
Very.
Yeah,
and he's very good at judge a character too with people. So I mean, for him to walk in here and like be able to sense something like that right off the gate, I knew as soon as I walked in, you know what I mean? But I've had a little more experience. Like, I can walk into an older place and tell, you know, in reservations, for example, I can feel the energy, you know what I mean? And I can feel the energy when I walked into this property. That's part of the reason why I got it. You know, the apartment needs a lot of work. I mean, don't get me wrong. There's holes and all different types of stuff I have to paint and do a lot of things to make it livable again. But I mean, something about this property drew me to it the first time I seen it. Like, and I think it was the energy that wanted me here, you know, and it just drew me in. I don't even want to walk out of my room at night to go to the bathroom anymore. It's like so thick. It's so thick. So I don't know if somebody died in the property, which is a good chance, or if it's the original owners of the property. Maybe this was a settlement before the 1930s, which is quite possible. But it's got the original tile in the bathroom and the kitchen underneath the linoleum. And these tiles the old, like 80, 90 years old, and they're still in perfect condition. Like, I really want to rip the linoleum up and clean them, but it's like one of those horror movies. If you resurface all these old things, energy stronger?
So, I mean, sometimes they get mad because it just depends on. So with my sister-in-law's house, when they got her house, you know, the mom and her were starting to like renovate it and stuff. And, you know, she communicates with them. So the woman in the house basically told her, like, this is my house, and started getting like aggressive. And she wasn't like the ghost wasn't aggressive to my sister-in-law, because my sister, so 3 people died in that house, like the mom, the dad, and the daughter. So my sister-in-law looks like her daughter. Yeah, no, it's wild. That house is wild. I mean, I wish I had the video I have from Christmas a couple of years ago. It was just orbs everywhere. Some were green. One was like actually like an apparition was starting to like manifest, like walking from the door towards me. It was, I mean, this house is wild. You go in the basement, that's where the man ghost is. And it's a nasty energy. Like, he's just not happy in their basement at all. But the mom ghost became pretty aggressive. And she told my sister-in-law, like, it's because this is my house. Don't touch my stuff, you know? So she became a little bit, you know, unhappy. And then as the years went by, they coexist. So,
and that's what I'm hoping here too, because I moved into this area. It's a plot of land where there's 9 houses or parcels on this property. This property, I don't know why. The owner, I don't know his story. I just found him on the county recorder's office and researching him today too. And my goal here was to help my friend with a community garden and just do things on this property, because the owner lives in California. He never comes out here, and most of the people that live here are illegal immigrants hiding from the law, or they're here because they don't have IDs or whatever. Like the property manager like picks people that honor, you know what I mean? So for me, I was more wanting to live off the grid and live close to my friend that already lived on this property. So I had my reasons, but I wanted to start working again and invest some of the money I have, not for any personal gain, but to help rebuild this property a little bit, just because it's in a nice neighborhood, and it's something for me to do. Make a community garden, maybe paint 1 or 2 houses that are on the parcel, help somebody landscape their yard. That's just the kind of person I am. But talking to the ghost last night, I hate to sound crazy again, I asked him, are you mad that I'm here to help? It didn't blink. I asked, do you want me to do something today? And then it blinked. But I don't know what it wants, you know what I mean? So maybe it wants me to preserve the property. Maybe it wants me to bring the life back into the community. I don't know,
I don't know.
Maybe it wants you to rip the floor up.
One of our audience is saying that you shouldn't even acknowledge that they're there.
I can kind of agree with that, because
because I don't know. I got another story that was this stuff is still going on, and I still get calls from the dad, and he's one of my best friends, and I don't know. We found out that the best, what they were saying was you shouldn't acknowledge that they are even there. It always made stuff worse,
True. It depends on what it is. Well, the problem is that
there was like one incident
where
there was one incident where my friend calls me at 3 a.m. I'm in my what was I using at the time? I was using like a lot of MDMA, but I was sober that night. He calls me at 3 a.m. and he doesn't really do drugs, so he only did drugs like whenever I would like pressure him to do it. But like he calls me at 3 a.m. and he goes, dude, he's all like, my house is haunted. And, like, I'm like, I know you've been telling me for years. He's all, no, but this time it's different, dude. Like, I'm like, well, what fucking happened? He's like, well, I saw this like lady with like white hair and she was trying to choke me out and shit. And I'm like, what the fuck? And he's like, yeah, dude. And like, he's like, my dad and I like got like a motel and shit for a little bit. And so it's like a back and forth thing where his dad won't even come into the house, but they're stuck in this like loan where they have to pay it off, and they can't afford to sell it. So they try not to be there as much as possible. But we looked into like the background of the property. There's been only 1 or 2 owners like before them, and no records of any deaths or anything like that. So we don't know what happened in that house. Yeah.
They can move.
See, I researched this property, and before I moved in, so I knew a little bit what was going on. There was 15 years of electrical units in my unit. So I live in a house. It was once one house. It's 2-story, and I live in the bottom unit, and then there's an upstairs neighbor now. Electrical issues are only in the lower unit, and it's been going on for 15 years. So they've put tens of thousands of dollars into the electrical, and this is still happening. So for me, at that point, electrical. So the sockets here are modern. I've seen that there's no way, unless there's an energy or force here that's doing it. There's really, really no reason, All the brick on the outside, like, because the house is brick. It's just got stucco over it now. There's not even insulation. It's just brick, and then the brick and the drywall, right? So I can literally like touch the bricks and almost feel it. You know what I mean? It's that intense. It really, really is. It really is. So I just want to see what happens moving forward. My friends want to hold like a seance in the living room. I'm not about that fucking life.
No, don't do that. Don't do that. I have a story about talking to ghosts when I shouldn't have.
Let's bust out the Ouija board, and then
and then you're possessed.
Yeah, and
you're
then
Yeah, I'm sleeping with my bedroom door locked tonight, and I'm sleeping with a 9mm underneath my pillow because I don't know if you can shoot ghosts.
You sound like my friend. You sound like my friend with a bunch of cocaine. Like he used to have a pile of cocaine and a gun, and I'm like, "What's the gun for?" He's like, "Well, when I do enough cocaine, the ghosts come out." And I'm like, "Well, what's the gun for? To shoot the fucking ghost." I'm like, "Okay."
It's already dead.
For real. I'm not even playing. Because I literally can walk through the house at night if I go to get something out of the refrigerator, and literally this apartment's maybe 1,000 square feet, maybe 1,400. It's just a weird shape, but it's pretty decent size. But like some of the fixtures and stuff in here literally are the original fixtures. Like I have original doors still on this. So I mean, it's real authentic, you know. So when you have things like that, again, it carries energy, you know.
You should set up like cameras at night. Set some cameras up.
He wants to set up cameras, but see, I don't. The thing is until I get my paycheck, I do not want to know what's here because if something is
you don't
really
have to
here,
set up a camera. You can just sit in the living room and talk to it, honey.
No, I don't want to talk to it. Like I'm the biggest chicken shit. Like I can act
totally
all
picture
big and
you,
bad,
like, I
but
can
like
totally picture
if
you
there's
putting on some, like,
spiders,
weird
there's
trance
ghosts. There's only a few things I fear. That's it. I'm not even scared of the FCI, but I'm scared of fucking spiders.
That's actually healthy, I think.
I ain't about it, you know what I mean? I'm not. There's like right outside of my front door is a stairway that goes to the upstairs, and like it's not even very big, but it's eerie. Like everything about this. So I'm curious to see when I go and find out the deeds for the property and look back into the history, where this property originated from. But I was looking in blogs on the internet too, dating back to 2009. There's people saying in the historic Coronado district of Phoenix, there's properties that are original like this that had similar sightings. So that's kind of supportive of what I'm already feeling, you know what I mean? So there's been other people in the past that have sensed the same thing almost 8 years ago.
Yeah. It's active.
Very active. I almost want to like start making people pay at the door and shit. Be like $15
This
and
is a true haunted house.
yeah, $15, and if you go lift up the tile and sit on the couch, he'll get pissed. And maybe the ghost, whoever it was, liked that tile. Maybe there's something about it. Like I'm always one of those people that wonder what the fuck is in the walls now. Like every horror movie, when it starts out this way, there's something in the fucking walls. You know, like I'm now like, what's in the walls now?
Sparrows.
Hopefully not skeletons. I think
No,
I'm envisioning in my head like something like that Paris. What is that thing in Paris? The catacombs. I'm envisioning a fucking catacomb in the side of my wall to my bedroom or something.
We've got catacombs all over Phoenix. We've got catacombs that run from Papago all the way to the Capitol. We've got catacombs that run. You know that building right off the 202 that looks like a weird vast birthday cake?
Yes.
Right across from Papago. So in the 40s, the Papago, the north side of Papago was a Japanese internment camp. And that birthday cake looking building was a place where they actually stored some of the Nazis when they brought them over to the United States as war criminals. They brought them and they stored them here in Arizona. They stored them in that building. And the urban legend of Phoenix is that they escaped through the catacombs that run underneath that building. So we may very well have them through here because we are definitely within that path from Papago to the Capitol.
Holy
you need to find
fuck.
out that your neighbor is just coming to terms with the fact that she's a medium. Ooh.
I don't know what's going on. Like Lily was here. Lily was here when the ghosts started communicating. What did you think, Lily?
Oh my God, that was so much fun. That was one of the most brilliant, vibrant, clear communications that I've ever seen from a non-physical. Really, the way that the light flickered, the video doesn't do it justice. And what you don't see in the beginning of the video is the first two times when the lights flutter for like 15 seconds and they get this really dark, eerie, like feeling kind of flutter with a little bit of rhythmic element to it, but not really. And then she gets her camera out the first time and turns it on and it stops. And then she puts the camera down and we start talking and it starts doing it again and we freak out and we're like, I'm like hooping and squealing and it was so cool. It was so neat. And I'm making a whole bunch of noise. And she starts screaming and she gets her camera up again and she turns it on and we're still squealing and it stops.
Yeah, it was pretty surreal. I gotta say, it was pretty surreal. I mean, you see ghost encounters, you hear ghost encounters. I mean, again, being someone that has experienced some unexplained phenomenons in my life, to actually be able to ask questions and get a response is pretty far-fetched. I mean, I gotta say, my weed was pretty good that day. My weed was pretty good that day, but I don't blame was that high. My boyfriend seems to think I was talking to electrical flutters. That's the property, but James is going to believe that, because if he actually starts believing there's a ghost here, he's going to be pissed. You can't hack a ghost.
It's not malevolent, though. I mean, that's the positive, is that it's definitely, it may have some of a mischievous nature, but it's not malevolent. It's not there to hurt anybody.
Lily, your speaker's cutting in and out. Are you moving around?
Bad connection, maybe. I don't know.
Maybe.
I've had my pen in my hand. I'll set my pen down and see if that was affecting it. So, yeah, it was really spectacular to see the way that it really wanted to communicate with you. I mean, clearly, it wanted you to acknowledge it and to.
Well, yeah, because when you would talk, it wouldn't do anything, but when I was talking, it was reacting.
No, it was great. Yes, absolutely. And that's really,
We need to get you a microphone, Lily.
Okay. I'm gonna just mute out and listen. I'll come in later.
Yeah, it's breaking up. I'll get tomorrow for sure. I can only hear bits and pieces what she says.
Yeah, it's okay. Do we want to? Never mind. Sorry, I'm like doing three things at the same time.
So am I.
No, you're fine.
Well, now, Rose, have you ever had anybody come like check the property? These paranormal investigators?
Well, I've only been here for 2 weeks. This is all the excitement within a 2-week period of me living here. I literally just moved in. I haven't even paid my first month's rent yet, and I'm literally
Don't pay the second one.
That's what I'm saying. Because if I record shit and find out some crazy shit's popping
Actually,
off,
in the state of California, I believe you can sue if they don't say that the property was haunted before you bought it.
Yeah, but see, I'm renting from somebody that literally rents to illegal immigrants and people with like warrants, just because they can't pass background checks. And I picked this location because it's in a historic district. It's in the art district. What I mean by art district is every other building out here has graffiti art. Beautiful murals. I mean, you have all the trendy hipster restaurants that are all over Yelp. You have all the IPA bars. You have downtown where 90% of the protests are less than 10 minutes away. So this location is like prime real estate. And even though it's a fixer-upper, anything else in this neighborhood's $2,000 a month. I'm paying $500 with utilities. You know what I mean?
Oh,
so
boom.
for me, I can fix it up, and I just need to handle the ghost.
All right.
I think that the ghost at this point, like, I mean, first of all, it's extremely active in a very short period of time.
I hear strobe lights. They don't like strobe lights.
Like it'll
blink a lot faster.
No,
it'll blink a lot faster. Like.
Oh, never mind.
Yeah, it'll literally blink like a strobe light really, really fast. The one in the kitchen will blink really, really fast, and then like when you walk out there, it stops.
Wow.
Bedroom, and I look down my hallway. I have a mirror, and I can see into my kitchen, and I can literally see the light if we leave it on there, blinking really, really fast. And you go in there to turn it off because it's kind of creepy, and then as soon as you walk in, it stops. Like it's. I literally have goosebumps talking about it. It's literally like that. So we have no lights on the front half of the house right now.
That's definitely like a paranormal thing, because I mean, if you're getting chills and goosebumps and things like that talking about it, that's usually how I can tell that I'm not making it up in my head. Is when I get chills or I get goosebumps about it, or my dog.
It's not psychosomatic, yeah. You get a physiological response.
Sleeping on the outside of the bed by the bedroom door because it's closer to the swamp cooler at night, to me sleeping on the inside and giving James the outside just because I just don't want to be by the door at night, and I have to leave the door cracked because my animals come in and out. But leaving the door cracked is a straight shot to the kitchen and where all the activity is. I'm not doing it. I'm just not, because it's back to.
Are you waking up at hours like? Sorry.
I literally, my goosebumps are
a-
so thick up my arm, you guys would trip right now.
2 to
Yeah,
3
like,
a.m.
yeah,
Oh,
and,
3
and
a.m.
I've
That's
been
not a
taking
good
sleeping
number, though.
medication.
Isn't that?
That's the bewitching hour.
Yep.
When I tell you faithfully every single time I'm in a place that is haunted, time between 2:30 and 3:30 faithfully.
Yeah, and I mean, it's getting to the point now, like I said, where I don't even want to get up and walk down the hallways. I'm going to have to start waking up James to walk with me. Because I'm terrified, because if I walk down the hallway and bump into something and nothing's there, I may piss my pants. I'm just saying. Like,
Wait, what
it's
did
to
you
that
trip
point
over?
where
Oh,
the energy...
the dead body on the floor. Don't worry, there's no
The
dead
freaking
body there,
ghost.
bro.
I'm not having it, because I guess it's something you have to believe. It's like those stories you see in movies where people try to explain what's really happening to them and nobody believes them, like Paranormal Activities. This is happening to me day 1, day 2, day 3. That's kind of where it's going right now. And I swear to God, if I wake up with some crazy Aramaic shit on my wall, like, I'm done. I'm packing up my shit. I'm living in a hotel. I'm fucking done. I'm done.
You don't want to drop any equipment to see what's going on there.
Just even like recorders.
Well, usually, sorry, part of my background is gonna hit out, but I was with a group for a while, and you're probably gonna get some better results with using ultraviolet cameras, or they're really expensive, or infrared with full spectrum lights.
What I was thinking of doing is at the end of the month when I get my commission check, depending on how everything goes, I want to actually find a paranormal researcher that's like equipment that we're talking about and tell them my story. And I'm going to film them filming it. And be like, hey, I'm going to watch you and film you while you film my house so then I can show everybody what's really fucking going on. Because, I mean, maybe it is somebody that has a story to tell. Maybe it's only concentrated in the front half of my house. You know what I mean? I don't know. My bedroom is actually the oldest part of the house. The way the house is set up, you literally have to step up to go into my bedroom, and the ceiling's only 6 feet. So it's like a little hobbit room, but it's long. So, I mean, part where my bedroom is, and it's got a light on the outside. It looks like it was actually an old door light, and it was expanded. So I think that my bedroom's actually the oldest part of the apartment, which is even creepier. But
have you ever been, confrontational with this thing and told them that it's scaring the shit out of you and to leave you the hell alone?
A few times, and I did when Lily was here. I'm like, okay, you're scaring me, just go now, and that's when it left.
Oh, so it's all right. It doesn't seem like it's malicious.
No, and my son got the feeling that it was kind too, and I got the same feeling that it was nice, but it's still the whole feeling inside your body that you know something's there. That you're trained.
It's unnatural.
Basically,
it's unnatural.
Yeah.
Well, that's what we're trained to think is it's unnatural, but it's actually very natural. I mean, like she was saying, where does the energy go? It's kind of like Jay with a fucking flat earthers. Where does the water go? You know what I mean?
I can answer that. Just kidding.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean it's whatever your reality is. So, like with my sister-in-law, she learned they'll far and wide they come, and she didn't sleep for a month because they were coming from far and wide. Heath Ledger came to her, all types of crazy shit. So, I mean, really wild shit. And she just learned to just block it out. But I feel as though, for me, and I don't know if this is happening with anybody else out there who can, kind of do this stuff. They're coming to me now in my dreams. So, since Rockefeller died, I swear the energy has been terrible. And one of my friends had passed away, and he was like a Facebook friend. So I didn't know what he looked like when he was younger. And I had a dream. And in the dream, there was a ghost in the house I was in, but the house I was in was my best friend's mom's house. And I was going to bed. It was 3:00 in the morning in the dream. And there was this man, blonde hair, no eyes, blonde hair. And I didn't recognize him because my friend was older when I had connected with him. So then I saw a picture of when he was young, and I was like, okay, that was him. And he smiled, and then the blanket on the couch started moving because the ghost was there. And then the TV turned on, and the white face from Saw, the movie Saw, came on, and it said, "I want to play a game." And I woke up like dripping sweat, petrified.
That's weird.
Because I want to play a game? Like, what? You know, like, I've never had that happen. I can't tell you the last time I saw a movie. I didn't see anything online or anything like that. Like, it was just uncomfortable. And I was actually genuinely scared to get out of my bed because I was like, all right, something's going on in this apartment. And last year when I dreamt that there was a ghost in my other apartment and it was in my bedroom, I was going to sleep, and outside of my head, like the night after my dream, like it wasn't in my brain that I heard this voice, and it said, "May I have some more?" And I don't know what it said there, and it said Erin. And it was like demonic. The voice was demonic. So shit's been getting really intense. The energy's been getting intense. The dreams are getting intense. And I really blame it on CERN.
Oh, do we want to talk about that?
I'm game for CERN.
Okay, all right. So I think this ties back into, one of my friends. I was asking her, tell me some really good paranormal stuff because she's really into all this stuff, like more so than me. And she was telling me about the Mandela effect. It's kind of, at first I'm like, yeah, whatever. Well, what the fuck is the Mandela effect? She started asking me these questions about stuff that I would have remembered as a child. And, did the Scarecrow have a gun? I'm hearing some echo. Ping. Test. Oh.
Is it me again?
I think so.
There you go, being skit.
No, and
yeah, and I'm the one having does my phone usually echo, Tyler?
Yeah.
Does it?
Yeah.
It's your ghost.
Yeah.
But so
It's the ghost.
she was asking me if the Scarecrow had a gun in the Wizard of Oz. I'm like, no. She's like, how do you spell Berenstain Bears? I'm like, with an E-I-N. She started asking me if there was a Skippy peanut butter or Jiffy peanut butter. I'm like, yeah, I remember eating tons of that shit till I got fucking sick. And she kept on asking me about, Luke Skywalker, Luke, I am your father, and how the Queen ended. And knowing I was like a diehard, I'm a metalhead, and I was a diehard Queen fan for a while. And she's like, was asking me how does We Are the Champions of the World end? I'm like, of the world. And she's like, no, it doesn't. I'm like, everything you just told me didn't happen. I'm like, what do you mean it didn't happen? So I was looking it up like last night, digging up clips, digging up this and that, and this apparently people are having memories of things that didn't happen, but it's not just kind of like one or two people. It's thousands of people around the world.
I've heard of Bernstein Bears and Jiffy peanut butter.
Yes, but Jiffy peanut butter never existed. Never.
I feel like I got a jar of Jiffy in my cupboards right now, I think.
And Berenstain Bears is spelled differently.
Yeah.
Hey, I put a picture of a screenshot
of Skippy and
chat.
Jiff. Yeah, but no, I definitely remember as a kid it's saying Jiffy. And I was
And what is it now, Jiff?
It's Jiff. It's always been Jiff. Yeah. And this wasn't the only thing. There were people that were remembering a priest's death and Rum Diaries, supposedly with
Star Wars.
Yeah, Rum Diaries was another movie that people remember seeing, but it never existed. So what they were saying is that this ties into what's known as in quantum physics as polydimensional universe theory, and supposedly for every action that you don't do creates an alternate timeline or an alternate reality. So what they think is going on is that people are remembering things from an alternate timeline. But it gets even a little more bizarre. And I was like showing Aaron this pic, and I was like, well, what does it have to do with the Mandela? I still don't know if it has to do with the Mandela effect, or Nelson Mandela has to do with it. But if you look in one of the statues in Nelson Mandela's ear, there's a picture of a white rabbit, which is eerily similar to the CERN thing, Project White Rabbit.
So the Mandela effect, the whole thing is coined because people swear up and down Nelson Mandela died in the 80s when he was in jail, and he didn't. And I actually, because when you sent that picture earlier with that the rabbit in the ear, I posted it, and one of my friends posted a video about CERN, And one of the guys who's in this project had an orange sign, and we know that the Illuminati love orange. So he had an orange sign that said Mandela, and above it, it had, oh man, what was it? What is it? What's that 007? What's his name?
James Bond.
Bond, that's what it was. It was Bond, and it was in blue and red. The letters were in blue and red, and it was Bond 1. And that tied into one of the James Bond movies that like people hadn't really seen much, so it's not overly popular, and it's been completely altered. So it's kind of their version of mockery, where they're letting us know something about Nelson was in it. The guy's name was Nelson or something. So then if you put Nelson above their Mandela sign, they're literally throwing this in our faces. They're telling us that CERN is altering our reality. That's what it's doing. It's opening portals to other dimensions, in my opinion.
I heard that CERN was from Project White Rabbit. I'm looking this up again. Was one of the things from the Atomic Clock Society. What the hell are they called? I think Project. I might be wrong though. I only glanced over it for like 2 seconds. And
they're basically trying to recreate a black hole, right?
Well, my theory is, who's to say that you can't, if there's a polydimensional universe, right, and that you exist in another reality at the same time, but you're tied, like you could be tied to your other self in another reality. Who's to say that you can't have memories from that one and like a little hiccup in the timelines happen every once in a while?
I agree. I do believe that a future you and a past you are simultaneously existing as current you. And I think that, Back to the Future, this sounds ridiculous, but Back to the Future is an extremely telling movie. It predicted 9/11, it predicted a Trump presidency, and now we have time travel. So I do believe that we can time travel. And I do believe that they're time traveling. Our masters are time traveling. And so if you watch Back to the Future, one tiny thing changes and the whole timeline changes. So I'm wondering if that's kind of what's happening here, where they've time traveled and they've actually altered. Because if it were just like maybe a couple of us experiencing like the hundreds of changes, I'd be like, okay, it's your individual reality that has been changed, but it's our entire generation. And it's multiple things from when we were growing up. So I'm wondering if they went back in time and they changed something. And now, going forward, everything has been completely changed.
I've also heard it wasn't related to any of that. It was somewhat of a, I don't know. It was a merging of one of the dimensions, but I don't know. Then you start getting into quantum physics, and what essentially dark matter might be is antimatter, the anti-self, somewhere else, another reality existing in the same dimension as ours, but we can't touch, taste, feel, or see it unless there's some sort of hiccup within the universe. But then you start getting into these weird mathematic calculations and stuff you can't prove,
I don't put anything past them. I don't know what our reality really is. So I guess it wouldn't be hard to alter something that is beyond what, we really know, because we don't, I don't really know what our reality is at this point, because I feel like we're in a giant movie. So maybe
it was, a lot of philosophers, and I was talking to you earlier about this, and like, what is reality? What's not? What's this? What's that? And, Descartes, Rene Descartes, to be exact, he was a really weird philosopher in around the 14 or 1500s, and was trying to discern between the dream world and the real world. So if I have a fire in my house in in my dream, why am I having a fire in my house in reality? And my theory is that he was doing a lot of drugs and whatever you could get your hands on at the time. One of the weirder philosophers, and then the only true constant he found out is that he came up with this terminology. I think, therefore I am. So I think, therefore I exist. And if I exist in one place, then I exist in another, but I'm not existing in both places or the other. So they might be two different realities. But you can start delving into that rabbit hole, and just drive yourself insane. Like, what is real and what's not. I mean, you can start making yourself a little cuckoo there.
I think I'll stick with ghosts. That can drive me crazy enough. I don't know if I'm ready to.
Yeah, there was a few esoteric philosophies that were based around this theory. Should I even bring up this name? I think Barbara or one of our viewers might know. There was a guy, Aleister Crowley, believed that you could manipulate matter just based on a belief system. So if you believed you could do it, then you could alter the way that our reality functions, but you would have to believe it 100%, like blind faith. So then you start getting into some bizarre stuff.
That's kind of like the book The Secret. The Secret kind of talks about that, where but they put a positive spin on it. So the power of positivity is because your thoughts and your words have energy, because you're a highly energized being, and garbage in, garbage out. So if you just change the way you think, and you have a goal, believe it to come true, wholeheartedly believe it to come true, take a couple of steps towards it and it will come true. But that's interesting that's a Crowley thing.
Well, yeah, there's a whole esoteric study on it, and they call it, I believe it's called chaos magic with the CK, and they believe that they believe that they are like this sort of mastery position of altering their reality as they see fit, and it's not I don't know, but you got to remember that another thing to always put into question when you start reading anything of that sort, that Aleister Crowley was well known at his time, but was also, here's the kicker, was a big time morphine and cocaine addict. And it was very apparent in some of his writings. Just saying.
Yeah, he was. He once he got kicked out of that camp that he was leading.
He was
a huge dopehead.
Yeah, he was with the Order of the Golden Dawn, and he was friends with Winston Churchill. And a lot of bizarre stories I heard at that towards the end of his life. Him and his crew, like some people just died these like bizarre deaths. Who knows if they were overdoses or what?
He's definitely one of the most wicked people that's ever existed.
Yeah.
And or berated.
Yeah. Well, and there was like a really, God, who was it? It was one of the guys with the NASA space program in its pioneer days. Was hanging around with, like, I think it wasn't was it Aleister Crowley? It was with one of his students, and God, it was one of the guys from Project Paperclip, and they had this like really weird story in somewhere in the mid 50s or something, and they're doing some of those things that Crowley was doing.
Yeah. They're definitely up to no good, and I'm curious to see exactly what they're doing in Antarctica and how this somehow could potentially tie into CERN and the energy shift, because CERN, it's actually funny because 2010 was a very active year for me from a paranormal standpoint. Very, very active. And I remember it just being like the worst year of my life, and it was just nonstop negative energy, and that's the year CERN started. So they're definitely messing with our energy and our reality. That's for sure.
Now CERN has been shut down for over a year now. I mean, they've had a big shutdown, redoing magnets. I mean, they hadn't really been doing any collisions there for quite a while. maybe since like mid 16, early 16, somewhere in that area.
What is CERN? What is CERN exactly? Because I'm looking at CERN and I'm finding the White Rabbit network. So it's some sort of like nano calculation to make servers like accurate. So I'm probably looking at the wrong thing.
It's this project in
proton collider.
Switzerland. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So yeah, we're dealing with antimatter and proton accelerators, right?
Yeah, and they were concerned because they went, no pun intended, concerned, but they were going so fast with the protons that if they collided, they thought that it would create essentially a black hole and destroy the entire Earth.
Mass collisions. And a hadron is the size of, it takes 5 hadrons to make an atom. And they were using lead at CERN. There are other hadron colliders that are set up that are smaller. The thing about CERN is that it was the biggest. And, looking for the God particle, whatever. I know of a smaller particle collider that's set up by kind of a crazy mad scientist here in Arizona, that they're using gold particles instead of lead. And so, as far as CERN having anything to do with why people are waking up because people can't stand to live with the lie that we only use 10% of our brains anymore. And maybe there's a small collection of people that has been reduced to only using 10% of our brains, but the rest of the population is waking up. And all of these things that we've been told are crazy, that, if you have dreams, you're evil or you're a demon, or if you see things before they happen, that you're crazy or you're evil or you're a demon, or they'll burn you, or they'll lock you up, or they'll medicate you until all you can do is waddle and drool. And all of those elements that are outworn are now starting to finally wash away. And people are waking up, and people are recognizing that we use a lot more than 10% of our brains. And this is our natural state. It was in tribal culture.
Oh, Lily, you're kind of fading out there.
Oh, sorry, is this better?
Yeah, way better.
Okay, so tribal culture, people exist with our ancestors. The dead, those that have walked before, they're with us. Their energies are always around us. It's not some weird conspiracy that, I see dead people. Well, of course we see dead people. That's who's standing behind us. That's where we learn from. That's where our heartbeats come from. And this cultural stigma that has been instilled on people over the last 1,500 years, couple thousand years, is outworn to a point that people can't help but to wake up. You can't keep people in a box. We're not designed that way. And, they can't tell us it's hallucination because, as was kind of being alluded to earlier, hallucination doesn't work that way. When one person sees something outrageous, it's a hallucination. When 2 people see it, it's a religion. But when you have all of these people waking up, having these dreams, having this awareness, having these awakenings, it becomes very clear that this is part of our reality, and that we've been deceived as to what reality is. What
Anybody there?
I'm still here, Tyler.
Okay. Yeah.
I think she's dropping out, man, real bad.
Yeah, it wasn't. God, what was I thinking of? Not CERN, but it was what Snow Lab was doing down in I think Snow Lab's in Canada, and it's SNO Lab, and what they were doing was a little more bizarre. As they were trying to, this kind of ties into that, thing I was talking about, is that they were trying to detect antimatter using germanium sensing devices to try and detect antimatter, but they're thinking that it's like a particle inside of our universe that we can't, so that we can't detect on any way, shape, or form unless we figure something out. I don't know.
Well, no, they've actually created it there at CERN and then captured it for a while, done experiments on it. Anti-hydrogen.
Oh, really? I wasn't even aware, because the last time I checked up on that was like 2 years ago.
Yeah. No, they've made a lot of breakthroughs. Like I said, they've been shut down a while. which wouldn't really relate to some of these paranormal
Anomalies.
experiences necessarily, but they should actually
I agree with
decrease if
that.
they're shutting down. But
Well, that's because it's not related, though. I mean, yes, there's some really neat things that are going on with CERN that really can take science to a level of proving a lot of these things that have been considered metaphysical or paranormal. But the awakening is just because you can't hold it back. And that's why it's happening, and it's so broad spectrum. Am I clearer
Yeah.
now, or am I still real bad?
Yeah. No, really,
Clear.
no, super
that's a
clear.
lot better.
Okay, good.
Yeah, really, the awakening. I mean, what everybody keeps referring to is just the realization of how bad you're getting screwed over by a government.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not like, it's, I mean, there's other things going on in science and whatnot, but the grand awakening is, like a human thing, just with the control problems in government,
I think that's the first awakening. I think you're right. I think that is definitely the first part of it, is recognizing that we've been hosed for generations. But then from there comes the unraveling the layers of what we've been denied and our connections to one another, and these incredibly deep, I mean, what our culture would describe as being psychic or telekinetic, but that really people are very naturally connected in that way. It's very natural for us to connect in our dream state. It's very natural for us to go, I'm going to call this person, and then that person picks up the phone to call you, and it rings while it's in their hand. How often does that happen to everybody on this call? It's because that's our natural state.
That's a good point.
And a lot of that's been taken away. A lot of that's been that natural connective state, like birds in flight or fish swimming, schooling, where everyone's turning with one mind. Everyone's moving, and it looks like they're all in the exact same space, but nothing's been pre-choreographed. It's that they've all dropped into one mind. And they call that entrainment. It's when everything's moving together. And that's been largely taken away from human culture, and the only places that we really find that now, the main place that people have been allowed to continue to find that is in church. When we all get together and we sing, we drop into that entrained mind. When we hear music and that heartbeat syncs up and all of our heartbeats sync up, we drop into that entrained mind. Other places that happens is when we dance together. If you've ever danced and you drop into that one mind space, if you play music, if you're around musicians, that heartbeat space, when you're playing, when you're jamming, when you're not playing somebody else's stuff, when you're not playing something that's written, and everybody's just playing fluidly together, and you drop into one mind. That's our natural state. That's why people like church so much. It's because, wow, we're singing together, and this feels right, and this feels natural. But you're told that singing and dancing outside of church is a sin. So you only get that in church. You also get that in trained mind space when you play sports. So we get that in sporting events too. So these are the little places that have been left for us to taste, that little magical carrot that we get to walk after, that drops us into that natural connected mind that human beings exist in. And that's part of why division works so well, because when we're divided, there's no way we're going to drop into that entrained mind space. And we are so powerful when we work together with one mind. I mean, just when you, if all you believe, if you believe in the power of prayer, that's what that mindset is. And whether that's being utilized by a group of people who want to overthrow an oppressive regime, or a group of people who are seeking a miraculous healing in a child, it's the same energetic. It's the same thing that Aleister Crowley worked with. It's the same thing that indigenous medicine people work with here in the United States. It's the same thing that the tribal shaman in the northern Ukraine have worked with. It's the same thing that Celtic tribal leaders have worked with, the same all over the world. It's that energetic and trained mind when everyone gets together and dances. Every single culture on this planet comes from an ancestor with a drum beat around a fire. And all of us can drop into that space. And that's where our ancestors are waiting. That's where our connection to one another is waiting. And we've been told that it's paranormal and it's metaphysical and it's occult. But in my experience, in my understanding, It's very natural.
Are you familiar with Carl Jung?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
He used to have that theory. I'm going to drop this one.
The cosmic consciousness.
The collective unconsciousness, and that all
and the 100th monkey.
Yeah, that all of our thoughts from the unconscious mind come from one source, and then this is why we see patterns of things that happen that kind of like are similar to other things. So and it's really deep and kind of far end on the psychology field.
I think that there's wisdom in Jung, although I don't agree with Jung or Freud. I don't agree with everything that they said, but I think that's kind of how that's part of free will, is we get to pick and choose through, and not everybody's medicine is going to work the same way as someone else's medicine. I think that Jung brought a lot of wisdom, and I think that the collective consciousness, the collective unconsciousness, is an incredibly potent thing. But I think that that there was some of the heart connection that was left out in the science. There's a little bit of a leg maybe cut off there, but it leads us home. It's been, it took a few thousand years to get us so completely disconnected that we think we're separate and we think we're alone. And so it takes a few generations for people to reach back into that and to connect with that. But the animals get it. The trees don't think they're separate. The birds don't think they're separate. The cats and dogs and cats and rats and elephants don't think they're separate. But the people do. And that's something that's been taught to us. But the 100th monkey, are you familiar with the 100th monkey? Because that's the science behind some of that collective conscious.
No, I kind of that was that was the extent of my psychology training.
Okay, so that the 100th monkey. This was several decades ago. I'm going to say this was probably 50, maybe a little bit more than 50 years ago. There were feeding projects along the Amazon where they were taking potatoes to monkeys along these coastlines, and they, after several months, the monkeys were very familiar that the boats would come through and throw them potatoes and help them to be nourished, and there were several crews that were doing this. There were people at the top of this river. There were people at the bottom of this river. So it spanned several hundred miles that these waterways and these monkeys were being fed. And one day they noticed that one of the monkeys went down and washed its potato in the salty water at the coastline along one of the spots that was coastal. And the next day, all the monkeys in that collective did it. And within just a couple of days, it was all the monkeys in this whole radius. There was no way they could have physically communicated with one another. And they call it the 100. It's a great scientific theory. There's a lot of basis behind it. It's delicious. It's yummy, and it's so true. And there's quite a few books on it. But it's called The 100th Monkey. And put your fist up and fucking represent. I am the 100th monkey, because we are, and it's absolutely true. We are incredibly connected, and we are very affected by the pull of the tides, the pull of the moon, the pull of the stars, the pull of the planet. The planet is a magnet. And, show me a human being that isn't fascinated when you put two magnets in their hand.
Yeah.
It's true. Simple monkeys.
All
of us.
I'm going to try. Actually, I have somebody that really wants to get on the show. Let me see if I can get her back on. Some importance to it's. Marty's wife. She wanted to jump in and talk about some stuff that's been going on with Marty. So when she jumps on, and we'll give her some airspace. But anyway, go ahead.
So were you guys able to hear when I was talking a little bit about CERN earlier? I know you said I was breaking up really, really bad.
I heard most of it.
Okay, good. Because I say not everybody knows that there's other colliders, and the one that's the most fascinating to me is one that's here in northern Arizona. And instead of using lead hadrons, they're using gold particles. in the collisions, and it's not as big as CERN. But one of these days, we're going to get to see some results on what's coming out of this lab, and every bit of the fabric of reality that we perceive it as being, that we've been taught to perceive it as being, has holes in it. And I think that it's going to be out of some of these CERN projects, and not the big CERN project, but the smaller colliders. That's where the I don't know who's done it yet, but when time travel becomes something that we are allowed to be publicly aware of, it's really probably going to come from one of these Hadron Collider.
I delved into that little rabbit hole about the essential if hypothetically, if time travel was possible, right? The implications of altering things in the past would be severely dangerous. Whether you kicked over a rock or something, would create essentially an alternate timeline, and then if you went back to your point of origin, you would never be able to return to the timeline that you were on. Essentially, you know what I mean? You made a permanent change.
I don't think it's a very good idea. I was completely ape shit over CERN in 2007, and it drove my ex-husband through the wall.
I'm like, so
nuts.
Kennedy wasn't shot. Like what exactly would happen?
Say again.
If Kennedy, if you were went back in time and you stopped. You stopped the Kennedy assassination, then what would happen? You would create these weird...
No, baby, I'm hitting Rome.
No, the first thing I would do was just tell myself the winning lotto numbers.
Oh no, I'm just gonna go fucking drop bombs on Rome and let tribal Europe and tribal Africa have a shot. But, I'm not going to get that chance, and I don't really want it.
I'm trying to get Marty's wife on here. Come on. Yeah. Maybe she went to sleep.
Oh.
Oh, she's still here. I see her. What's her name? Dana? Dana? Gosh, I'm so bad with names. Preston, what's her name?
I don't remember, Tyler.
Oh gosh.
She whose name shall not be spoken. Welcome to the show.
I don't know. When I dug into
isn't
this,
on her tag.
When I dug into this Mandela effect, I was surprised at how much stuff. And this is I was digging into articles about, how childhood memories can be altered based on fiction and reality and this and that. But here's even the weirder part, is that it's not only kids that were at this time. These are older people from different age genres that are remembering things that doesn't happen, like Oscar Mayer is not spelled the way that I thought it was. And what was another one? Oh, yeah, you told me the other one, the Shazam. Shazam wasn't a movie. It was called Kazam. And I remember it definitely being Shazam because it was Shaq, and he was playing.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my gosh!
It's definitely weird. It's a weird. It's a weird. Whatever it is. I mean, I wouldn't call it a phenomenon because I definitely think there's a reasonable explanation for it. It just might be an explanation.
What's even more bizarre was the rabbit that they found in Nelson Mandela's statue, and I'm looking into it. They tried to get rid of it, but I think it's still there. But they're saying it was part of the artists. The artists had put it in Nelson Mandela's ear as one of their signatures. But considering that the white rabbit and how it ties into quotes from the Matrix, and I'm just it's a little fucking bizarre. It's a little too bizarre to be bizarre. Seriously.
Nothing's by coincidence. Nothing's by coincidence.
All right, Tyler, we got a visitor.
Oh, hey, you here?
I see the icon.
Dana? Dana? Dana?
She had a mic problem the other time.
Oh, shoot. Did we lose somebody?
Rose.
I don't. We might be having some audio problems.
That's what paranormal shows do, though, right?
Well, you know, when we're dealing with this application, we're usually dealing with driver issues. I think it's Dana. Dana, are you there? Hello?
I think earlier she had two icons. Like last time you had like one was one for the audio, and I don't know what the second was for, but
yeah. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay. We'll just wait until she jumps on. Our viewers, jumped up. Aaron, you got any really weird stories?
Ghost stories? I got them.
Okay. Let me get the most creepiest one you got. The creepy, like the bizarre ones.
All right, so this is something I don't really tell people often because this is where they really start to think that I belong in a straitjacket. So I grew up in Rhode Island, extreme native territory, highly energized. There's a lot of history to Rhode Island, and there's this town called Johnston, and I had an apartment with my friend there. And we lived around this house that, this house just gives me the creeps. It was just the worst feeling going by this house. And it looked like it was definitely a plantation at one point. And it was this big white house that had been fully furnished on the inside, but nobody lived there. And there were these two little totally weather-beaten cabins and this huge stable. So that's kind of how I knew it was a slave house, because Rhode Island was a huge slave drop spot. So the first time I ever went by, I was like, oh my gosh, the vibes I get from this house is it's just no good. And so my friend decided, we were younger, so my friend decided she wanted to try to get inside the house and see what was in the house, because when I tell you it was fully furnished, it was fully furnished. Somebody just took off. And she tried to get in the house, and I was like, all right, I'm not going near this house. This house just does nothing good to my existence. And so after that, that night I went to sleep. And when we first moved in, her room was always a little chilly and my room was always warm. And when we first, okay, sorry, I already said that. So then that night I go to sleep and I had a dream. And my dream was that I had to fight the devil and only I could do it. And I was like, well, that's a fucking weird dream. And then all of a sudden, I started, I would get wafts of perfume. And my room became, ice cold. I became, a totally different person. When I tell you, angry is not even the word to describe how I was. I could not hold anything down. I was sick all the time. So one day, my roommate came in my room and she goes, hey, did you just turn the TV on in the living room? And I was like, no. And her significant other was there, and, she asked her, did you? And she's like, no. So it was all right. And I told her, I said, listen, shit's weird in this apartment. I'm starting to get a really eerie vibe in here. I think when I'm by myself, I'm in and out. I don't want to be there. And she's like, no, you're just scared or whatever. You're just making it up. So as a couple months went by and things were weird, and so I was sleeping one day and I felt a hand waft my face, like brush my cheek, and it was ice cold. And I was like, "You gotta be fucking kidding me!" Like it was like, now this shit's touching me. Like I'm good. And so and when I tell you, every night at 3:30 on the dot, 3:30, I would wake up. And so one day I was baking and I went to go check out my baked goods, and I had just had dinner and we had a tablecloth, and I did my dishes, whatever, checked my baking. I go back and I see the tablecloth starting to unfold as if somebody had just been sitting there.
Beautiful.
Yeah. So I'm like, all right, whatever. But here's the thing is I said to this entity, what do you want? And that's when things started really getting like intense. And then I was on a Lost binge. So I was like binge watching Lost. And in one of the episodes, like this girl asks another girl, what happens to pregnant women on this island? And this was my TV. This was a different TV than the living room. And the answer is they die. And as it said, they die, my TV just shut completely off. So then one day I'm sitting there and I'm like, what in the fuck is that smell? I smell rotten eggs. Like, what is that smell? And it came out of nowhere, and everything would have, like, the smells would come in wafts, like as if somebody was like going by, like breezing by me. And I was like, what is that smell? Rotten eggs. What is that? And then I realized that's sulfur. That's the smell of sulfur. And that's the smell of a demon. And I have a demon in my house. And I grew up Catholic. So I had my rosary beads. And I just prayed. And I put my rosary beads on. And boom, I was totally fine. And the entity was gone. So when I tell you I was sick as a dog for 3 months, sick as a dog, I couldn't hold water down without an issue. Couldn't hold water down. The spiders in the middle of winter. I'd see spiders in the middle of winter in New England.
Yeah.
That doesn't happen.
Yeah.
So that was when I was possessed. That's when I was possessed. The demon tried to take over my soul.
Dana, are you there?
Hi, yeah, I'm here.
Oh, hey, Dana. Okay, so you wanted to talk some more tonight about your situation. Go ahead.
Her audio's low.
Oh.
Yeah. No, it was great to be on last week. Thanks for having me on again. In case anybody didn't hear the story last week, my husband Marty has been in jail for over a year. He's charged with trying to help a girl who was locked against her will in a hospital. I just forgot to mention, or I hope I didn't miss, that we have information about his site at Free Marty G at on Google, and that one of the things I wanted to bring to the community is that we are looking for updates for our website. I was saying that we should do WordPress, and Marty said Joomla. So
yeah, I was gonna say that's like a hacker's parade on WordPress. Yeah.
Website design,
yeah.
But that's kind of where we are, and we're also looking for people that like to work on social media, just to bring more people into the crowd and social media management. So I just wanted to tack those on after last week. Those are some things I forgot to mention.
And you also needed, I believe, a lawyer, right? You still need help with a lawyer and funding for a lawyer.
Yeah, that's right. Somebody had mentioned last time, I think it was in the comments section, that they had a lawyer, but I don't know what happened to them. I didn't hear from them. So if they want to try reaching out again, certainly be happy to hear from them.
Yeah, and if there are any non-lawyers out there, you can be discreet, and you can message, Free Marty G at our webpage, at our Facebook page as well. Am I correct?
Yeah, we're on Facebook, Twitter, and freemartygg.com, just on regular the website, or freemartygg at Gmail as well. Yeah, I imagine that there's all kinds of different talent within Anon for technical skills. I bet there's the whole gamut.
Oh, for sure, for sure. Preston, you there? Preston? Anybody here? Is it just me and you? So
I'm here. I swear. I'm sorry. I
okay.
was just
Yeah,
messaging.
yeah. I wasn't sure if you were there. Last time. It's Dana, right? Yeah, when Dana was here, but he's facing what is it? Is it 25 years? Possibly. Yeah. So if anybody's out there, or has any, connections, um, for any lawyers or somebody who would do it pro bono, she definitely needs the help.
What state is it in? Or can you say?
This is in Massachusetts, but it's a federal case, so the lawyer can be from anywhere. Rolling Stone is coming out with an article. They said sooner rather than later. So we need someone or a group of people to help us, I guess, pick up the slack for when it increases. If anybody is interested in social media management, then that kind of stuff, that would also be great. Do you guys work on websites? Do you have preference for Joomla or WordPress?
Honestly, I would tell you, you'd probably be better off, using. Well, I know there's JScan for JScan and WordPress for WordPress, but honestly, you might be a little safer using Joomla than WordPress because if you don't know what you're doing, it's just a hacker's parade,
Yeah, totally.
But
Yeah, that's what Marty was saying.
but
Joomla,
but I was gonna, he's right. I'm gonna say that, but the
Yeah.
advantage of using a WordPress site is that it's all pre-built, so you don't have to be like real techie knowledge to like do it yourself. So
Yeah.
yeah. So if there are any web developers or anybody who'd like to help, feel free to message her page at Free Marty G on Facebook, or you can say it again.
Yep. No, you got it. Free Marty G on Facebook or Twitter, and freemartyg.com. I appreciate you letting me make that update.
You're free to come on. If you got any updates or whatever, feel free to pop in when you need to.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Oh, you're welcome.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I'll keep listening in the background.
Okay.
Okay. Take care.
Okay. Aaron, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, you should have cut me off before. I'll just keep talking. I'm a talker, so.
But yeah, so that was definitely oh, we lost Preston. That was definitely bizarre. So you got your rosary beads and the end of you left and you prayed.
Yeah, literally. I know it sounds ridiculous, but that's literally what it was. It must have been like a weak demon because it definitely didn't get me, but it got me for a while. It was bad. I mean, it touched me.
So you're not dealing with what you would know in the Judeo-Christian world as succubus. You were dealing with an attachment, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I'm telling you, it came from the house. So here's the thing. So then I was talking to one of my coworkers who was from Johnston, and I was like, "Oh, there's this really weird house. Like it's this, Twin Willow Stables, whatever." And she's like, "Oh yeah." She said, "The rumor is that a woman went crazy and killed her kids and herself on New Year's Eve, and the person who lived there before." Said they didn't know what happened to their mind, body, and spirit as a result of that house. So I said, all right, I'm going to take my sister-in-law by the house, right? So I took her by, and she goes, there's a woman. She goes, I see a woman, I see kids, and I see murder. She said, and she's standing in the window. Eerie-ass house. An eerie-ass house. That's one of the creepier ones. And then I had another one.
Have you ever dealt with
Talk to me.
Yeah, I was gonna delve down that rabbit hole. Full on possessions, anything like that.
No, I won't go there. I would never be able to go there because something like they latch. They'll latch onto you, and I mean, it ruins people's lives. And if I would not even have the slightest clue on how to like exorcise a demon. So like I'd probably do it wrong and then become like, the girl crab walking down my stairs. Like I'm good with that. I won't participate in that. That's too much for me. I try to keep the negative spirits away. One of my favorite quotes is by a native. I have to look up his name again. I can't remember, but he says, "Protect your spirit because you're in the place where spirits get eaten." So that's kind of been my mantra when it comes to this, and that's why I don't talk to them. I don't talk to them at all because you just don't know what's lurking behind them.
Yeah, that's. I don't know. I was gonna go down that rabbit hole for a little bit, but
I'm willing to go down that rabbit hole because I don't deal with it on a fear base, and I have worked with exorcism both from people and from residual energies that are existing in localities.
I mean, that's what that's a little bit about part of my background, as I was with a crew for a while, and every once in a while, I don't know. I don't want to talk about some of the stuff that we were involved in. A lot of paranormal investigators will not deal with those kind of cases. You know what I mean?
Well, and that's because they go in from the exploration and the curiosity and the dynamic of, well, let's see if I can disprove this, and something that is particularly parasitic or particularly amused by people's discomfort. We'll jump right into that, especially if the people are affected by either prescription or street drugs, or if they've got some sort of if there's alcohol, it just makes people much easier to prey on for parasitic energies. And
also, I think another one was predetermination to epilepsy was another one. You always got to,
Well, a lot of people with things that our society now defines as being mental disability, a lot of that is because these people are sensitive, and because for whatever reason it hasn't been able to be fully shut down in them. And so for the last just over 1,000 years, doctors have been locking these people away and caging them. And these are sacred people. These are people that see between the worlds, especially with things like schizophrenia, when you have people that hear voices. Our society says, oh, you're nuts, you don't hear that. You need to medicate yourself so you sit in a corner and drool all day, rather than what are the voices saying? What do you perceive? Children are very naturally in that sort of sensitive space where they see between the worlds. Up to about 6 years old is where things are very impressionable. Yeah. And you'll have, the 3, 4, 5-year-old will say, Mommy, what's the light around those people? And mommy or grandma or dad or whatever authority figure that they love and that they trust says, there's no light around that people. There's those people, you're crazy. And it's gone because that child's mind is seeking entrainment with the people around it. Or when the child says, Mommy, do you remember when I was your mommy, or when I was your daddy, or when I was your uncle, or do you remember when we were in a war together? And the family member goes, oh, well, that never happened. And then the child loses touch with that. But generally, these are people that come in with a memory of past lifetimes. These are people that come in with a strong connection to their full capacity and ability as human beings, and that have that full spiritual dynamic connection, that see between the worlds, that aren't limited to a gross basal physical existence that tells you to be afraid of shadows. They come in seeing that the shadows are dancing in the light, and they can dance with them. until someone shuts that down. And now we're coming on a generation where you have less of that shutdown. You have more and more people that when their children say, Mommy, what's that light around those people? And then instead of telling them there's no light, mom asks, well, what do you see? What's the light that you can see? And so these people are going to come in with a whole other form of awareness. These people are going to not have to attempt to reawaken later. These are going to be people that are going to come without the fear.
Yeah, I came to that same conclusion, working with drug addicted schizophrenia, people. I didn't want to I never delved in it because I couldn't ask that, but there was always these, there were definitely people that I knew that were talking to themselves, but there were other ones where it was kind of like, I'm not sure if they're really talking to themselves. There might be really some, because I would hear the other half of the conversation, and they would it definitely sounded like it was some sort of intelligent conversation. You know what I'm saying?
I've seen people with, schizoaffective disorder, dual identity disorder, or whatever people want to call it. I've seen people that their eyes change color as they slip into this other personality. Their eyes go from green to bright blue. I've seen people that hear dogs barking and and they're freaking out. They're unmedicated. This was a 16-year-old. Here's dogs barking, goes completely crazy, can't figure out what's going on. We managed to settle him down. Turns out mom's dogs all got in a fight that afternoon and one of them died. These are very special people, and locking them away for hundreds of years, bleeding them, medicating them, all the other horrible things that have
they
been
used
done.
to drill holes in their heads in the Middle Ages.
Yeah. Oh, and even before, but letting the air in. Which what they found is if you drill a hole in someone's cranium, they do live for a little while.
And they essentially it's
completely obliterates your veil between the worlds. You become perceptive of everything, and you go a little bit nuts. But your perception of reality and the people's psychic abilities, when they drill a little hole and the oxygen gets directly into the brain in that way, on their way to however long, whether it takes a few days or a few weeks, or even people have survived even for a few years with a hole that's kind of healed, but it eventually they don't live for very long, but their psychic perceptions open up immensely. I'll pass on that, I sure don't have any interest in that, but
no, sorry, I smoke too much and I cough a lot. It's probably the early onset of emphysema. I really got to quit smoking. And I don't know.
Yeah, so tobacco, here we go. Here's a little something slightly paranormal, things that are considered paranormal. Tobacco. And I hope there's a lot of people listening that smoke. So in First Nations tradition, tobacco is a sacred offering. It is smoked in the sacred pipe. The bowl of the pipe is the feminine. The stem of the pipe is the masculine. That which is packed into the bowl is creation, and the fire is the fire of creation. As you draw the smoke of the tobacco or of whatever sacred offering you're taking into your lungs, you're praying. And when you exhale that smoke, you're watching your prayers being carried to Great Spirit. And that's the sacred tradition behind tobacco, more than smoking a pack a day or whatever your smoking offering may be. Tobacco is not my medicine. I honor the spirit. I use it in offerings, but if I ingest it in smoke, I actually black out. It is that the tobacco spirit has made it very clear to me that we are not supposed to commune directly. But tobacco is it's one of the most powerful ethnogens on the planet, and one of the oldest used.
Oh, you're familiar with Erowid and Lycaum, aren't you?
All kinds of stuff. And so this is interesting. Tobacco seed, the Abrahamic speak of the mustard seed being the smallest seed.
Yeah.
tobacco seeds are the smallest. Tobacco seeds are smaller than the mustard seed.
Yeah, I was gonna say there's nothing. The way I smoke cigarettes, there's nothing sacred about it.
As a dear friend of mine once said, or once called them, "Red man's revenge."
Yeah. Oh my god, I've tried everything. I was on the gum, and then I got addicted to the gum, and I was on it for like 2 or 3 years, and then I was on the patch. Then I got addicted to the patch, and then I was on the vape, and the only thing that ever worked was just completely quitting. And then I got bored, and it's like, well, so one cigarette won't hurt. And there's another pack, typical addiction. Oh my god!
Turn it into a sacred offering.
I don't want to.
Just start. You don't want to.
I don't know. No, I just don't. I'm actually to the point where I'm thinking about just picking up a vape and just quitting for a little bit. Probably quitting permanently.
And it'll be another 25 years till we find out just how bad that little vape thing is for you anyway. So go for it.
Watch, you don't have emphysema. You have a really advanced stage of cancer. But it's okay. We got the technology to fix it now. Don't worry about
duplicating. What are those tentacles?
Well, essentially, the raw data that they got from the vape pens were, I know from my old sponsor. Was making his own vape juice. He had a professional lab, and he was getting a lot of this stuff analyzed, and would look through a lot of data. And he says a lot of the stuff that you see out in the media about vape pens and the harmfulness, a lot of the data has been skewed, and and the way that they were tested was an improper way, and that you would properly use a vaporizer pen. The point is to get zero burn in all vape, and they were testing out the vaporizer pens on lung tissue, with a regular, with the proper way of using the device, and they said it was absolutely fucking harmless. They said it was almost about as harmful as using a humidifier, and that was based on one professional lab, not coming out of some place that's affiliated with Philip Reynolds or Philip Morris and whatever. So it is a big stab at the tobacco company because they
Yeah, and the tobacco companies keep the doctors and the pharmaceuticals in business. Why do I feel like shit? I don't know. If you stopped smoking cigarettes and drinking soda and eating shit, maybe you'd feel better. But instead, just take that pill and keep doing what you're doing.
Can it be, just take
In fact, here, have 25 pills. Don't worry about the calories.
You speaking of pills, there was a new law that got passed in Ohio, and now doctors cannot prescribe opiates for longer than 7 days. And I'm like,
that's probably real. That's just long enough to get somebody strung out and really angry.
I'm just no, it doesn't. I mean, seriously, it doesn't make any logical sense. You got patients out there who are, almost paralyzed if they don't take some sort of opiate medication to somewhat function normally.
Yeah, they're fully addicted. So you know what those people are going to do?
So you can't tell. So now you're telling them that they need to somehow get a ride every fucking week to get their pain medication. I'm just like, that's got to be some sort of humanitarian crime, because dude.
Well, here's the purpose behind that. What that's going to do is it's going to make even more people figure out the fact that they can go get heroin on the street for cheaper than they can go get their opium.
That's exactly what it is.
And then the people get strung out on heroin, which the good thing about that is that if you've been addicted to heroin for 2 months, you can use ayahuasca to get clean, and your body will lose the craving. You cannot use ayahuasca to get clean off of pharmaceutical opiates. So there's the positive to that, but the negative to that is that it's coming in a street drug. And so what they're doing, you know, what the elite are doing is that heroin is getting ready to be the next form of population control, because all they have to do is flood the community with a little bit of fentanyl, and everybody that takes it dies. Last summer, they had almost 200 overdoses in one weekend in Columbus, Ohio, because they flooded the community with fentanyl.
That's what's happening
And
in Rhode
I
Island.
can't even tell you how bad the heroin is. It's just terrible. It just breaks my heart. I see so many people going down with heroin right now, and I know it has so much to do with the doctors, because the doctors will give it to everybody. They tried to give it to me after my surgery, and I think, no way. And I've met people, they take it for like 3 days and they fucking get cravings. I can't even imagine. And so these people, they find immediately it's cheaper to get it on the street. So it's just growing and growing and growing. And it's just a matter of time and it takes such a small amount before they can flood the community with fentanyl. And fentanyl is a fucking elephant tranquilizer. And
Well,
it just
it's
drops
not
people.
even, here's the thing is that when, like, I always question when fentanyl hits the streets, because it's not really easy to make. And okay, here's a little fucking clandestine chemistry from Professor Tyler, right? Okay, so like you need the base ingredient, okay, the precursor to fentanyl, right? Or what we know as you get from the pharmaceutical version, right? So the base ingredient is a very, very minute alkaloid in the stem of the poppy, right near where it touches the pod. But you need it in large amounts. So that means that somebody out there, and it's not cheap to make either. So somebody out there, I always question whether it's like government or somebody who has a really good connection to a research chemical vendor out in or some weird place, some weird country where they still can
Probably.
do it. And I'm like, but that's a lot less feasible. It's more feasible that somebody is probably doing it domestically, and you can put your fingers, about population control.
It's the feds. It's always the feds. I mean, how hard is it to get? Let's pretend that the system works the way they pretend it does. How impossible is it to get this stuff in here? You know what I mean? Just think about it. And then you read about, the TSA going down for, drug smuggling in Florida.
The CIA was doing it. CIA did it in 80. It was a cocaine too. It was
the Cocaine Importation Agency, the CIA.
Yeah, and they flooded it into
in Guatemala.
The ghettos with crack. And then the Clintons in Arkansas, when they had when they were flooding Arkansas or using Arkansas to get the cocaine in here. I mean, Pablo Escobar's son wrote a book saying he worked for the CIA. So, I mean, and it's always the feds. It's always the feds. And they pump it into inner cities, and they see as lab rats. They see how it works, and then they start hitting suburbia with it. And fentanyl is no joke. It's horrible.
A couple of grains is enough. If you don't have a tolerance to opiates, it's enough to fucking kill you.
Kill you instantly. And the problem with heroin addiction is that, like, say there's a couple of us, like all three of us are now heroin friends, right? And you overdose. As a heroin addict, I'm going to find the person who gave you that, and I'm going to go and get that exact thing because it was that good. You know what I mean? So it's just that it's a nasty, nasty, nasty game they're playing with us, and it's hitting everybody. And it's just, I feel like
it's hitting everybody
hard
because of the doctors.
Yeah, they're pimps. Their pimps are big pharma, and they're just whores for big pharma, and they get all these extravagant gifts, vacations, cars from pharmaceutical companies to, you go in for a headache and all of a sudden you have OCs. Why? That's how it was when I went to college. That's exactly what they did. You go to the doctor on campus and you get OxyContin. It was unbelievable.
Sorry, I'm laughing because I still remember watching C-SPAN with somebody that I tried to get in contact with because I was dealing with a nightmare outbreak in my city. Kids strung out on weird drugs, and Yeah. So she's like the person to go to. So, you know, she was on C-SPAN and she was talking about the oxycodone crisis, right? And the you know what, this was coming from people with political power, right? And they were asking Dr. Volkov how they could make oxycodone or you know, HCl, you know, hydrochloride, how to make it less addictive. And I'm just like, I'm thinking in my head, I'm like in my head, I'm just like, are you guys like fucking retarded? Like, do you guys know anything about, that's like asking, you know, if I can send you, you know, some cheeseburgers through the internet, you know, directly. Like, are you fucking like stupid? Like, you know, and their best solution was to reformulate it so that people couldn't smoke it. But then I saw, you know, I had a string of addicts, right? They've already figured it out in like 5 minutes. They already figured out how to smoke it. They just put it in a powder, melted it up, put it in a fucking, put it in some fucking shit, and they were already fucking smoking it with the new formulation. So I'm just like, great fucking thinking, you know? Like, oh my God. That's
unbelievable.
And this is coming from even she was giving them a bizarre stare, like you can't she was trying to say it like very politely, like you cannot make this substance less addictive.
Yeah, every single cell in the human body has a window specifically for opiates. How do we get the lungs to function without putting any air into them? No.
It's just funny the you know, the games that they play. Like they act like, you know, they ask these like ridiculous questions, you know, as if they genuinely don't know the answer. And it's like, come on, you work for the very people that are doing this to people. And they're getting younger and younger and younger and younger. It's awful.
Yep.
It's awful. It's actually super sad to see heroin addicts. They actually really break my heart.
Well, and you know, and it's the shifting from methamphetamine, because what we've had since the 1980s is all these kids that have been basically given different methamphetamines, different forms of methamphetamines for things like ADD. And because of, hold on, my child is cackling in the back. Take him home. Rose's cat just came over a bit to visit. I'm going to have to take him home. Give me the kitty. So, here, give me the kitty. I'll take him home. All right. So, I apologize for that. Hopefully we don't lose this.
I was just gonna like play the devil's advocate, and I do know that amphetamines do have their place in psychology, and like, but I hate to say this, like how should I say this politely? They do and they don't. The doctor should be very, very, very more selective in is it gonna damage the kid more than it's gonna help? Because there are some cases, and I was one of them, and I choose not to use them now, you know, because I'm doing the whole sober thing. But I'm one of those people that can't focus where the light's of day unless you get me some like alternative Montessori methods or whatever, you know, hands-on training. So, but also extreme cases of narcolepsy and some psychological disorders where the amphetamines are like the only alternative to like, because some of the shit that they've been trying to pump out, the non-narcotic uppers, you know, which one of them was God, they're alpha. They're out. Shit, what are they? Some French scientists came up with them. There's like 3 different versions of this drug, and honestly, like the side effects are so bad because they metabolize directly in the liver that you're going to end up with some problems, you know, long term on some of those medications.
And what we've had happen with all these kids is these kids from the 80s up until even now have been medicated, and then they turn 18 and they lose their medical insurance and they're fucked. So all they can do is turn to amphetamines on the street.
Well, and not only that, you get kids down in, you know, Timbuktu, and you know they go even a little further than that. It's kind of common, you know. That was my world, you know, like, you know, kids will, you know, get everything that they need and they'll do a shake and bake, and next thing you know, Johnny doesn't have a fucking arm because the shit fucking blew up in his hand.
Yeah.
Yeah.
True.
Sorry, I went off in left field on that one.
And let's see if we can bring it back. So I've noticed among people that are strung out on methamphetamines that they are incredibly superstitious, and a lot of them talk to Jesus.
I don't know. Don't. Do you want to hear like the sober thing or my analysis of what I've seen over the years? Some of it I know was just utter hallucinations, but talking to other addicts, other meth addicts, and that was like my main thing besides, using heroin and psychedelics, was, because this is a very common theme and I have yet to figure out, the explanation about it, is that a common thing that people will see on like the second or third day is shadow people, seeing people who aren't there, and the scary thing about some people, it goes even a little further than that. Some of the
No, it doesn't.
You never had the auditory and visuals?
No, never.
Black people.
No, what the heck? James,
come on, man. The shadow people. I don't know. Like it's you talk to an addict, about meth addict about the shadow people. They don't know exactly what the fuck you're talking about.
That was Rose. Actually. That's funny. All right. I love you, Mom.
Rose. I guarantee you, your roommate would tell you the same story.
What?
The shadow people.
I don't want to talk about shadow people. I was just trying to sleep. I was just trying to sleep, and like I'm in the apartment with all the lights off finally, and my dog starts freaking out, and it's Lily at my front door. So like I literally just told James, I'm not going down the fucking hallway. Fuck that. I sent his ass out first, and then I'm like, realized I was walking.
I thought it was black police officers.
No, he thinks the cops are coming. He thinks the cops are coming from him. Oh. Well, you guys have a good night.
You too.
I don't know. And, Terrence McKenna, he even said some stuff. Terrence McKenna used to say, that when you're using drugs and alcohol, it's not putting the filter in, it's taking the filter off. You ever heard of that theory?
Well, yeah, and I mean, part of that is shown. Some of the stronger medicines aren't effective at all with alcohol in your system. Things like salvia divinorum. If you've been drinking, that spirit will not communicate with you. And also that those types of things, it makes you more susceptible to creepy energies, to parasitic energies. Meth and pharmaceuticals are a really key doorway to those kind of dark energies, because it takes people out of their mind. It takes people out of their defenses. It takes people into a numbed state rather than a state where they're actually healing.
Yeah, I can agree with that. Yeah, the pleasure drugs act differently on the brain than what you're talking. Completely different. You're not doing it for release. Usually some of the stuff you're talking about is really scary stuff. Not something you would be doing on a daily basis. Not something you would do in crowd in front of your parents. And you're like, hey, I'm gonna go do some ibogaine, and have that Christmas dinner. Just don't mind me. Don't mind me eating, the carpet and shit. But it's kind of normal.
Oh no, that's not a recreation, and that's not a recreational experience. That's something that you want to do with a guide and in a sacred space. These old plant medicines will turn around and eat you. The goddess will come in and extend roots from where your short hairs used to be and fuck you all up.
Sorry, I just looked real quick. But yeah, when it comes to I'm pretty sure you're familiar with the vaults of Erowid the old Lyceum before the DEA tried to shut down the website. But yeah, there's lots of stories that are like that, where people, they have these like experiences where they're, they do these really, well, I don't say off the wall, but once you start digging in those vaults, you start understanding what's what and this and that. Life-changing experiences, and there's famous people who invented some really, or came up with some really weird concepts and stuff that we use today in medicine, under the influence of psychedelic drugs. And one of the famous ones was, God, what is his name? I can't remember the name, but he was the guy.
John Lilly?
No, the DNA guy. The guy who came up with DNA saw the double helix structure I think it was like 10 years before he saw it, and it always puzzled him what it was. And then later, discovered DNA, and and then we have the the genome sequence and everything that came afterwards.
I'm pretty pro psychedelic. I really think that it takes you to reality. It definitely takes you to reality. A lot of people I know do when they do like DMT or they trip on acid or whatever, they just have this like like they the next day they're like, wow, like everything is so clear, and they have like this like epiphany, and whatever whatever they had been wondering kind of gets answered, and
it's like 15 years of therapy in one night.
I think Jeff is saying, what is Jeff saying? Nope, Jeff never smoked rocks. Sorry.
No rocks.
No, it never lasted long. Cocaine never lasted long enough.
Yeah, that's not one that I've messed with. But
I don't know. That was like.
See, that is a recreational drug.
Are you fucking
Cocaine
serious?
is a recreational drug.
No, like
DMT, salvia divinorum,
like
peyote, those
cocaine,
medicines, not so much.
I don't know. I always beg to differ on. I don't see any. Spiritual insight on the cocaine. Essentially, because I see like the bad side of cocaine. Where
I agree.
Not only are they dealing with an addiction to the cocaine, but they also got these really weird disorders. And the most common one I see is also a dual addiction to sex.
Yep, I agree with that. I've seen that a lot. I grew up around cocaine addiction, so it's something that I'll joke about it, but it's not something I'll touch. I have a lot. I actually didn't start experimenting with anything other than marijuana until my 20s, but I was well versed in and out and had already held audience with Terence McKenna. So I understood a lot more of the science before I actually delved into that realm. I figured my parents had done enough psychedelics for several generations in my family.
You love Terence McKenna. You ever heard of Alexander Shlugan? No,
I have not heard that name.
Really? Oh, you got to read. You got to read some books. Isaac Quinol's Pico and Tico. Alexander Shlugan was like they called him the father of MDMA, and he wasn't the father of MDMA, but what he did is he came up with he essentially invented 200 or 300 and phenethylamines, and not only was he inventing them, but he was also doing them and having parties and writing about his experiences, and him and his wife are doing it together. And they lived out in there for a while. I think he died recently, but he was living the last place he was living was in Rancho Cucamonga.
That's funny. Interesting. Yeah, no, and honestly, a lot of the for my part, most of the more designer elements haven't really been my interest. My interest has always been in natural ethnogens and the history of the human use of natural ethnogens. And that connection, it was mentioned a little bit ago that, that psychedelics show reality. And I think that the psychedelic experience is part of the human experience. And I think that is, most clearly proven by the fact that our pineal gland releases dimethyltryptamine as we cross over in death and as we cross into the dream state. That this is a part of our natural being. This is a part of who we are. And the fact that every single tribal culture all the way across the planet uses some sort of ethnogen where they cross over between the worlds. And dimethyltryptamine is not the only one, but it's the one that branches pretty much every civilization has one form or another.
Yeah, it's like that's the best way I can describe. I can describe DMT. It's like being born, dying, religious experience, and you have no control of whether that door opens or not. You are like, out there somewhere else. Fun either.
You guys talking about drugs again?
No.
Again, still.
It always comes back to that.
Well, it's a part of it's
the human body is a pharmacy. Come on. We got painkillers, we got psychedelics, we got water,
paranormal.
we got spirits.
So did any of you guys see what happened in Syria today?
Yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely heartbreaking.
Yeah, I couldn't watch it for like more than like a couple of minutes. That was horrible.
Mm-hmm.
We're gonna probably talk about that more on the next show.
You got to watch what the last one that they tried to attribute to Assad was really a false flag on our part. An attack.
Yes.
I don't know. I think it was more us, working through the militias rather than, or the Mossad was, and it surely wasn't Syrian doing it. They're winning the war right now. There's no reason for them to do that.
But who do you think dropped the chemical weapons? What essentially do you think
they said that they blew up a warehouse that had chemical weapons that were going to Iraq. This has Mossad and CIA prints all over it.
Yeah, I definitely agree.
Those WikiLeaks emails confirmed that we started the civil war because we are ISIS, but we were, Hillary was caught smuggling chemical weapons to ISIS via Benghazi. That's why Benghazi happened, et cetera. And this is all in emails. This is point blank confirmed. And recently, I think it was a few days ago, I read an article saying that, Assad, America says Assad can stay, no problem. We're going to have to figure out how to work together. And now all of a sudden, there's a chemical attack on the people of Syria, and they're blaming it on Assad again. So I think this is just the ball game that Israel and America play, and unfortunately, they love killing women and children. So that video is tough.
I know. If I saw dead children in.
Yeah, it's tough.
I'm sorry.
It's tough.
I don't want to think about it right now.
Yeah, it's tough. It's a tough one. That's probably one of the worst I've seen from Syria, which is saying something.
Well, you think about all the other things that are going on, especially in the government and all these people, getting ready to get out. They need a diversion.
Mm-hmm.
I don't, it's not necessarily Obama directly, but or even Trump. I mean, I don't think Trump would approve something like that, but it's a way of getting the attention off of the real problems that are getting ready to get dumped on everybody.
Yeah.
All the spying and
Well,
Vault
for
7,
just
all of
time
it,
for people to wake up to the spying that's been going on. I mean, I think that
Since forever.
yeah, I think that having bombs dumped on women and children is a bigger problem than people who are just becoming aware that their privacy has been encroached upon when it's been something that the government's been actively doing for longer than I've been alive.
Yeah,
Yeah, this wasn't the first time they had a chemical weapons chemical weapons used in Syria. There was another time when it was I think it was mustard gas in Aleppo, I believe, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And the main victims were the elderly and children.
Yeah. Children naturally are more susceptible to dying in like drone strikes. But why are we targeting them? And the Obama administration, he's the ultimate warmonger. 5 million he killed, and they targeting schools. This is what cracks me up about. There's a lot of Muslim hatred, and this is what cracks me up about it is the irony. Is Quran states you don't murder women and children. So it's ironic that there's a lot of hatred for a religion that the majority of people don't understand and say it's so violent when they condemn this level of behavior because this is as low as it gets. Killing children is as low as it gets.
Yeah, I was
it's
just
the same
say,
God,
I
exactly.
have a lot of Muslim friends, and the Wahhabism and
it's Shia.
Yeah, and the religious fanatics have no representation of the average everyday Muslim at all. That'd be like saying that I don't want. I'm probably gonna get some fucking flair for this, but the snake charmer version. The guys that do the weird rituals with
the snake dancers.
Snake dance, yeah. The Catholic, the
Baptists,
yeah,
Southern Baptists.
They are related to the evangelicals, and I'm like, no. These are like two completely like left and right. That's essentially what's going.
It's Syria is absolutely.
But it's all the same God.
It is. They've been fighting literally the same. I mean, Christians and Muslims have been going at it for forever, and the Quran and the Bible are pretty similar. And they're fighting
I like the Quran
same.
a lot more. I like
Me
the Quran a lot more, and Jesus is the most quoted person in the Quran. Christ is quoted more than Muhammad.
Yeah. And they have, it's funny because they have, I watched a video, like he's not a scholar, but he's
well, if he's not considered a scholar, he might be worth trusting.
He's pretty smart.
Scholars are dicks. Oh
yeah. They've turned their backs on, the Muslim world has turned their backs on Syria. So this guy, it was on YouTube. I watched it. My friend sent it to me, and he went over like this, the numbers in Quran, like how many times like Jesus was quoted, and it was like perfect synchronicity. And it was
the numbers are fascinating. I agree. The numerical patterns, and that man, I know exactly who you're talking about. I don't know his name, but I know exactly who you're talking about. And he has been absolutely fucking demonized by Islam. He has been absolutely horrifically demonized. It's amazing. And I mean, this is someone that I would consider tremendously wise. And I love the insight that's been brought. That was actually something that kind of brought me back round. I think it's been about 12 years ago that I first read some of his research. It was before my second daughter was born. And yeah, it's just beautiful. It's well worth looking into, and the science that goes into the Quran is something that's been very neglected by Christianity as far as the different branches of Abrahamic tradition go. If only they would just stop with the genocide, that would be fucking awesome.
We could just stop a genocide.
I mean, I know it's in the scripture, but come on, guys.
There's one taking place in India.
There's bizarre stuff, said in the Bible. It depends on which version you're looking at,
Right.
There's very controversial, sayings. If you look at King James Version, it definitely does say something like God hates homosexuals. And then if you look at another version, it's reinterpreted the different way. So you can't.
That's Leviticus. So it's very interesting because Leviticus is part of the Old Testament, and a lot of they say, oh, well, we don't believe in the New Testament or in the Old Testament anymore because the blood of the Lamb saved us from that, blah, 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 which I think is just horseshit. If it's your religion, you got to fucking know it from the beginning to the end.
I don't know.
And so they say that the things that they use to justify homosexuality or to justify their hatred of homosexuality is from Leviticus. Leviticus also states that you're not allowed to have tattoos. Yeah. It also states that you shall not suffer a witch to live, which is a direct threat to me, my family.
So we're all going to a bad place when we die because we have tattoos.
Well, if you believe in that, I don't believe in Abrahamic religion.
Not me.
So I say Abrahamic religion isn't the tradition that I choose, and it's one of those. Religion is a tool of power. Religion is a tool of control, and it puts people in a submissive place and makes us think we're supposed to get there because there will be some sort of after effective reward when we die, rather than having us live in the moment.
Yeah.
It's definitely a good means of control, that's for sure, and divide and conquer, for sure. It's definitely a good means.
Yes.
And they use it. I personally take it as like a moral compass, I'd say. If you people need to chill with taking this stuff extremely literally. You know what I mean? Just be a good person. You know what I mean? Just be a good person. And I think that what these Luciferians in charge have done they've just taken this that's supposed to be good, and they've reversed it and really have created an absolute mess. And if Albert Pike said what he said, then, and I say if because I can't find this letter anywhere, but if his 3 world wars prediction, if the third one's true, like the first 2 were, then this is all by design. The Christians and the Muslims and the Jews are all just going to mutually, exterminate each other in a great world war, and then the one world religion comes, which is pure Luciferianism. And I think
I always thought that the one world religion, and it was somebody said I was wrong on this one, was God, what was they're out here where I'm at.
Oh, the Baha'i?
Baha'i. Oh my God. I went to the fucking, that's where I got
funny.
engaged. I got engaged in front of this thing because it looked really fucking pretty, right? So I didn't know until yeah, it looks fucking pretty. Nobody knows what fucking Baha'i. I thought it was a fucking Buddhist temple for the longest fucking time. And this thing is really fucking pretty. And then I'm thinking on Baha'ism, and I'm like, you mean it's all of the religions tied together, and Ted Turner is a big fan of Baha'ism. Yeah. Yeah. And that chick dumped me, later, but I'm just whatever. Yeah, but the Baha'ism is a lot. They have little communities everywhere, and they're not kind of really popular, but they do have, if you wanted to find a Baha'i temple or a Baha'i school of worship or a Baha'i worship center, they are everywhere.
Yep. Globally.
And essentially what they've done is, it sounds really good. They put all of the religions together and you're all worshiping the same God. But when you think about it, you're like, how the fuck am I supposed to put Wiccanism with Christianity with, they do have the, they believe in Wicca too. And I'm just they believe in the God and the Goddess. So I'm just what the fuck?
Well, a lot more things than Wicca believe in the God and the Goddess. The Wicca, just because something is a witch does not mean that it's Wiccan. Now, anyone who is Wiccan is a witch. But if you were to now my mother was Wiccan. because that was what was available in that era. Wicca evolved through a man named Gerald Gardner in 1951. It is not an ancient tradition.
No, it's not.
Wicca was developed as something palatable so that the hierarchy would stop burning us at the stake.
And it is based off of old beliefs, though.
It's based off of old beliefs, but it's written in a way that it allows people to choose their masculine and feminine dynamic. It allows them, it doesn't give you this is your god, this is your goddess. It gives you a masculine and a feminine, and then it's very interesting the way that it's written, and there's a lot of misconception because most people think that anything that is a witch is also Wiccan. But if you were to call me Wiccan, that would be like calling a Southern Baptist snake dancer a Greek Orthodox Christian.
Fall into like the weird area of the cult when you get down to it, you know. The snake charmers.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a snake dancer, as a belly dancer, and as someone that communicates with animals, but not the venomous ones. It's not like that.
Vipers.
It's not a display of power.
You go to the hospital. She was a little drunk and stepped on one.
Nope, that's the will of God. Sorry, baby, you're gonna die. Stop making baby Jesus cry. So yeah, Christianity. I mean, there's a time when Christianity, before in the Gnostic Gospels, in the scrolls that have been dug up in the caves around the Sea at Galilee from during the 1940s and forward. Most
the Dead Sea Scrolls?
The Dead Sea Scrolls, the Gnostic Gospels, the Gospel of Thomas is another one. All of them include the masculine and the feminine. And so, you know, that God-goddess element is a part of early Christianity. It is a part of Judaism. In Judaism, you have Elah, Eloah, and the Elohim. The Elohim, which is one of the primary forms of deity that you hear mentioned in Judaism, is the union of God and goddess. When then you have the Holy Spirit, which is the Father, the Holy Ghost, and the child. So and then that transitioned into Christianity also. And in Christianity, you have the Father, Son, and Holy Ghost. Well, the Holy Ghost in Hebrew, in Hebraic tradition, and actually goes back to Aramaic as well.
Isn't it Yad-Heh Vav-Heh?
Yad-Heh Vav-Heh is yes. But
that's like the forbidden way of saying it. You're not supposed to say it.
Those are the magical incantations. Now the Elohim, again, it's the union of God and goddess. So the Ruach HaKodesh is the Holy Spirit in that Holy Trinity in Hebrew. The Ruach HaKodesh has one translation form, and it is feminine, and it is only feminine. So the Holy Spirit only translates in feminine form. What you had is in Aramaic, and then in Hebrew, you had a masculine, a feminine, and then the creative form, the mother, father, and child, father, mother, creation. You also have that in Egyptian tradition, but we're going to stick with Abrahamic on this. So it went from Aramaic to Hebrew, and then when it translated into Greek, it became neuter gender, where it was neither masculine nor feminine. And then when the next translation came with Latin, it became only masculine. Which is why you don't have any mention of Lilith in the New Testament, and very little awareness of even with the Old Testament.
I used to bring it, and people think I'm fucking crazy, right? Like, because I bring this up a lot with Pizzagate. All right, because you probably guessed that I know a thing or two about that world. In ancient esoteric studies, the owl, symbolically throughout many religions, has always represented a deity named Lilith, and the name changes throughout cultures. Some call it Inanna, Ishtar, Lilitu. So Lilitu is the same era as Babylonian,
as Inanna, which comes from Sumeria, which is Babylonian.
Sumeria.
But I mean, it's the same. They didn't start calling it Sumer until like the 1950s. They still called it Babylon. The owl has been
the weird thing is that okay, what they worship over at the Bohemian Grove is a giant 40-foot owl, and they also have it on their logo. And everybody says, because of what Alex Jones said, is they are worshiping Moloch. And Alex Jones, broke that story. It was like 98, something like that, somewhere in the early 2000s. And I'm sorry, but like if you dig into like religious scripture and you get into their esoteric studies, Moloch is a bull. It is not an owl. So when they're worshiping a 40-foot owl and they're having fucking orgies, in this Luciferian, rite with this mock child
just
sacrifice.
remember that Luciferianism is Abrahamic. You're still dealing in that same Christian, Jewish, Islamic God.
What I'm saying is that the owl that they're worshiping, essentially, if you go back to iconology about where this thing comes from in history, it's always been the owl, and the owl has always represented Lilith, and it does change from culture to culture, but this representation of this entity went all the way up into like Persia, I think even up to the Middle Ages. They used to blame children's deaths on because of the story of Lilith and Samael in the Red Sea.
She was the first succubus.
Yeah, essentially, yeah. Cursing the sons of Adam. And, this story kind of like disappeared from time until like the 1300s and then came back. But there's like all of these things you find in ancient Persia that are completely related to this entity. So I'm just like, and they all have a picture of an owl. And definitely in the languages of the time, they are definitely saying out this entity. So I'm just like, maybe nobody did any research on that when Alex Jones broke that story, It could be.
The fact that he would close, I don't believe that story in the slightest, because it's Bohemian Grove. I mean, they're going to have security everywhere, or be allowed there. But he's also, I mean, in my opinion, he's also one of them. But I mean, I think we give that picture, that famous picture, a lot of credit. But I don't personally believe it, just because I just don't see, I don't see that being feasible. Like, I live 10 minutes from Skull and Bones, and I can assure you, whatever they do in there, I'm not going to be allowed to go and take pictures and hide, just a few feet away. And I mean, if you're doing like secret sacrifices to, this Moloch or whatever, it's they're not going to let you near that. Orgies, kid rape, things like that. They're just not going to let you go near that. They're not going to let you.
The people that got in earlier, this goes back a number of years, they actually broke in and got like a guest list and a couple of artifacts. I don't know that there's actually really any pictures, for sure, any video. Skull and Bones, anyway.
Yeah, it's just a building. Like, Yale is actually a really beautiful school. It's just a building. But if they were doing any type of weirdo ritual, like, I'm confident when I say I wouldn't be able to hide in a bush and take a picture. You know what I mean? So the whole thing about Alex Jones taking that picture, I don't believe that at all.
And I think Alex Jones is barely worth a grain of salt, and always worth a laugh. But the symbolism of the owl throughout history is something that absolutely holds. Whether it's something that is an omen of death or an omen of mystery or an omen of wisdom, the owl is something that is certainly recurrent among all people as something worth seeing and that is something that is majestic to behold. And certainly has been a huge element of magical practice. I mean, I think that for myself, I would mostly associate owl and raven with people who practice magic. I mean, certainly all animals have a draw to people that have those capacities open, but owl and raven tend to be around people who have those levels of awareness and who have kept those passages in their minds open.
Yeah, I mean, we kind of hold with Greek tradition. You know, they used owl as a symbol of wisdom, and we always in
Athena's
America,
owl.
you're a wise owl. So we use the Greek tradition anyway.
It also shows up on the Masonic dollar up in the upper right corner, and it's also the layout of DC. If you look at an aerial view, there is an owl, and it is definitely an owl.
I think it has to. So I think, you know, when it comes to the owl, it would be based on what they think it is. So whatever the Freemasons think it is basically what for just, you know, the money and this, you know, the worshiping the owl. It goes based on what they think it is.
And these things being hidden in plain sight. The owl, like I said, the owl being something that is associated with the mystery, that is associated with magic and with people as a totem of people who practice magic the world over. And that, you know, that placement of that owl is, you know, showing us what's going on, the little bits and pieces of what's there.
Well, you know, Masonic imagery, you know, it probably has a definite meaning, but I haven't dug too far into what it actually means. Some people think it's, you know, the Bohemian Grove from the Bohemian Club.
I would guess a direct reference to Athena. I mean, you know, with all the Greco-Roman being Athena's owl.
Far-fetched. Yeah, it's a far-fetched.
I have a book that I bought on like Freemason symbology. I'll have to crack that open and take a look at what exactly it means.
Well, it's a cult in a way because, well, not in a way, it is a cult. The owl can see at night very good and sees things in the dark. You know, you have to kind of use their definition. Not what you think it is or what other cultures or magic, but what they see the owl as.
Well, I mean, I guess wisdom would kind of make sense because they do consider themselves the wise ones, you know, the all-seeing eye on the pyramid and things like that. Wisdom could make sense.
Well, and I think that the scientific backing on that also makes sense because the owl has that brilliant sight. The owl flies silently and can fly through completely undetected unless you're looking up.
That's a really good point.
And, you know, that magic, that mystery has been part of the foundations, and it's part of that element of control is slipping away. The day of the secret society is over, and we're witnessing basically the final gasping throes of this monstrosity that took place. That is formed, and it's reaching around trying to take out whatever it can right now because it knows that it's dying.
It really, you know, a lot of my friends started seeing last year. I feel like last year was a really big year for people to, you know, kind of wake up to this stuff because I think they went really, really hard with like a rapid fire of false flags last year. And I really think that when they did a bunch of, you know, the Black Lives Matter, and then they started showing, you know, cops killing Black people, and then they hit us with Orlando. I noticed my friends starting to get like, well, this doesn't look right because, and why are we focusing on this when, you know, X amount of people were just killed by the cops? And a lot of my friends, when Orlando happened, it was so ridiculous. The official story is so preposterous
Yes,
people started seeing the sheer impossibility of the official story.
Yep.
So, I think
there were
that
too
was a
many,
good
and
thing.
there were too many witnesses to hide it. You had enough people saying cops are shooting people, the cops are shooting people, the cops are shooting people, and they weren't able to silence all of those videos and all of those voices.
Yeah, I mean, the internet has definitely worked against them. And, they give us all these tools like these, like Facebook Live, and, you can go live and immediately see things happening. So I think it's definitely worked against them. And, it was really kind of exciting to see people like really calling BS on these false flags, because they're actually getting pretty sloppy at this point. Like that Fort Lauderdale one was
they're hiring
so sloppy.
terrible actors. They really are. Like
They're
they
the
should
worst.
go to Ren Fair or something.
Crisis Christine is my all-time favorite besides Robbie Parker, but Crisis Christine in Orlando was my absolute favorite. And then actually it's funny because you know how they watch. So with a lot of like the I guess truth community, the number one thing is there's no tears. And like 2 days after Orlando, Crisis Christine goes on with Anderson Cooper. And he's like, why aren't you crying? Which is like the first time I've ever heard him ask that question. And he goes, why aren't you crying? And she goes, because she's smiling. And she goes, I'm just, he's not just my son. He's the son of everybody. And I'm just happy he's at peace and whatever, all the bullshit that like she tried to say. But it was the first time because they had to address it. Things are so ridiculous. And the actors they hire are just, I mean, the worst. And, they're always laughing and they're always having a grand old time. Ha ha ha, my kid just died. It's so funny. And it's like, are you kidding? And that there was that one girl, I can't remember which false flag it was, but that one girl who they said got like so ridiculous. Like she got shot in the head and like watched her entire family die. And like 5 days later, she's having like a parade and she's like waving. There's no stitches. There's no nothing in this little kid's head. And she's just having a whole blast. And she throws up like an Illuminati symbol. And like, it's like, girl, you just.
Oh, wow. How funny.
That's so strange. You just buried your entire family. You got shot in the head, but you have her hair. There wasn't an ounce of hair missing. There wasn't like, I mean, they'd have to shave your head. So there wasn't an ounce of hair missing, nothing. She's having a grand old time, smiling, laughing, like, ha, 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 my mom died. It's like, what are you talking about? And they're just getting sloppy. I can't imagine. The 322 one was pretty sloppy. I can't imagine the next one coming. Oh my God. It's going to be a nightmare. It's going to be a bad one.
Did you guys think that the New York City bombing that happened last year was another false flag?
Yeah.
Yeah, sort of. So I got that kind of feeling too because I don't know. They found the guy way too quick, and it was like and the bomb was kind of put in a place where it wouldn't really hurt anybody. It would just create a distraction.
Yeah. It's funny because we live in a police state. You know what I'm saying? Like there's cameras everywhere, and CNN is always solving this stuff. Like, what do we even have a police force for? Like, why don't we just stick CNN on them? They found bin Laden. You know what I mean? Like, why don't we just get rid of the feds?
Because we have to let the police investigate themselves so they can assure everyone that they haven't done anything wrong.
Well, the whole bin Laden thing, when they raided his retirement community in Pakistan, dude, the fucking guy was on kidney dialysis. He was dead in 2003. Come on.
It's so funny.
Dude. And then they dumped his body in the Antarctica, and the SEAL team, whatever, fucking like swooped them up. But yet they're all dead, but now they're alive. Like, come on, dude.
Yeah.
Come on.
They found him in
might as well just believe in unicorns,
Squirrel!
They found him in CNN did an interview. Bill Cooper said it best on 628 of 01 on his radio show. He said this CNN and his little camera crew found Osama bin Laden, who has been on America's Most Wanted list for years. The CIA can't find him But this little camera crew was invited into his secret hideout. Now, first of all, if they like, let's pretend that really happened, which is absolutely retarded. I mean, they would be charged with treason for not telling the feds where he was. He's America's Most Wanted. He's number 1 on the list for like 10 years. They just can't find this dude, and you found him, and you're not going to tell the feds where he's at? Come on, they'd be
journalists had privileges in that era that they don't have anymore.
It's just so ridiculous. Everything is just like when you just say the official story out loud to yourself, you're just like, are you kidding? It's just so ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. And they're going to have to do a major false flag, a major one that's going to make 9/11 look like small potatoes, and it's going to wage absolute warfare.
Like that fake DNC.
Like flooding every single capital city's heroin addicted population with fentanyl. That'd be pretty fucking ugly.
Yeah.
Or, dose the water supply with LSD,
No, that would cause a mass awakening.
Amazing.
A mass awakening.
I can't say that I would never actually. I would never actually do this. But wouldn't it be amazing to have
Project
like 10
Mayhem.
super soakers full of LSD and DMSO and just spray the front lines of riot cops at demonstrations?
He's climbing a pole. He is climbing a pole. He's shooting the clouds.
He is the pole.
Don't get me down from here, man. You can't eat that color, man.
That's a good idea. That's actually a pretty good idea.
I got pool toys.
I think you're onto something there. I can't say that wouldn't be genius, because it would.
There's no going back. Yeah, so much for taking orders without conscience. What are they going to do with you next week?
Remember that fake PDF that came out from, it was supposedly like an official, like, I don't know anybody who bought that shit. That fake DNC PDF that was supposedly from like the DNC hack, and it was like this super fucking stupid PDF, like of like a hologram projector and like a false flag operation. My friend showed it to me. I'm like, you actually fucking believe this shit?
If it's from Wiki, it's true.
Oh, ow.
Well, he's been, WikiLeaks has 100% credibility rating. I mean,
yeah,
I don't
they've
think
never had
they've
to
found
retract.
anything.
Not in 10 years. They've never had to retract. But that's because Assange is COINTELPRO. So I watched a pretty good video on it. He grew up in a cult in Australia, the family, and you know how they love cults. And Rothschilds bailed him out of jail many, many times. And name one hacker that gets charged with 25 counts of hacking that doesn't, he never served a day in prison. And Rothschild continuously has bailed him out. So he's a super duper puppet. And the video said it best. They said it's not anything they're giving us that we don't know. And it is not a leak. It's a press release. And that's exactly how I feel about it.
Indeed.
Because I do think that they, those Pizzagate emails have been scrubbed. And they have to, part of their belief system is they have to tell us what they're doing, because it's not trickery if it's totally hidden. So they have to tell us what we're doing. And it's also kind of like a big, haha, you're not going to do anything about this anyway. There's a global pedophile ring being run out of DC, and you're still not doing a fucking thing about it, And, Hillary and her Clinton Foundation is the money funneling source, and we're still not doing anything about it as a nation. So this Vault 7, they can hack into every device you own. Awesome. We knew that.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, we knew that. You know, it's just...
Let's all talk about the cameras on the televisions, but don't mention the cameras on the cell phones.
And it's like, well, why do you think
the microwave. Yes, let's blame the microwave, not the cell phone.
Well, yeah, it's a little worse than that. You know, they were finding stuff in, network interface cards that mildly resembled a miniature operating system,
I think the part that really was like scary for me is it also makes sense with that Malaysian airplane that's missing. They can hack into airplanes, they could just hack into your car, Princess Diana. They can hack into airplanes, that Malaysian airplane that they just can't seem to find, they can just shut it all down. And that's only what we know that they have. But Bill Cooper told us that anything that we know they have, what they really have is like 50 to 100 years above that. So we just get slow and steady releases of their technology because they need it. So like the selfie craze is not just to create narcissism, in my opinion, but it's also to get your, how you can get identified by your eye?
Oh, you mean like a retinal scanner? Yeah.
Yes, that's exactly what it is, in my opinion. That's why the pictures are so good, because now they have your
all of you, that even if you're wearing a mask, they will still know who you are.
Mm-hmm. And that's just an opinion. That's just my opinion. But that's really the only thing that makes sense.
It is, because I haven't been able to think of anything that makes sense. I've seen a girl sit there for 10 minutes looking at herself, like making faces into her phone, and I'm going, I'm old. I'm just old. I don't get it at all. And that makes sense. That theory.
Well, they have been working on, Facebook has been working on facial recognition software for a while, and it's not like that's an old subject though.
Oh,
and it's creepy.
I'll ask Rose if she'll share a video you can check out on one of her pages of the recent Trump rally in Phoenix. We got some footage. We are regularly followed by a facial identity recognition identity camera at demonstrations. It's usually in the back of like a silvery gray blue Chevy that if it turns on, it does have red and blue strip across the back, but it's only when it turns on, and it's in the rear window, so you really don't notice it. And this thing, when it's all folded up, it kind of looks like Johnny Five without any parts, without any arms coming off of him.
Yeah.
And sometimes it's up like 6 feet. I've seen it up like 6 feet where the neck kind of comes up. At the Trump rally, this thing had a full erection. It was 35 feet up.
Oh my gosh.
What?
It was.
Wait.
Yes.
I was kind of like drifting for a second, and then I heard erection. What?
What? See? Yes.
Wait,
yes.
what?
The fully erect, or at least the most erect I had ever seen, the facial identity recognition cameras that they use at demonstrations in Phoenix. The highest I'd seen it in the past had been about 4 to 6 feet high, maybe 8 feet, and this thing was 35 feet up in the air, and we got footage of it, and I could not believe it. And it was overlooking the whole crowd.
Shit, right?
Oh, I don't even want to talk about how many times I've had to deal with Homeland Security. Like, it's no fucking joke. I mean, when I moved to Arizona, I used to joke about, it's already a fully militarized police state. Ha ha. So if we go martial law, there will be very little adjustment. I should have just shut the fuck up. I mean, our sheriff rides around, or our old sheriff rides around on a tank.
Oh my god.
We got a new sheriff. No shit, Joe Arpaio. They just voted him out. He was in for almost 30 years. But the new guy hasn't shut down Tent City. Hasn't stopped making the prisoners wear pink. I really don't see a whole lot of changes. There's been a couple demonstrations to encourage Paul Penzone to shut down Tent City, this incredibly inhumane prison encampment structure that they have, a couple of them in Arizona, that Joe Arpaio, you can look up, Google or YouTube search Joe Arpaio concentration camp. Video of this old fuck talking about, I've already got a concentration camp. It's called Tent City, and that was 10 years ago. And he remained
heard
in
of
office
Tent
for
City.
another
I've watched
decade.
a video on that.
Horrifying.
Horrible.
Horrifying. And
It
still
is
there.
inhumane. It's
Oh,
inhumane.
it's beyond. I mean, he would brag about that he spent more to feed the dogs, the guard dogs, than he did to feed the prisoners. And scary. And they make like $100 a day on the privatized prison industry here in Phoenix, Arizona, in Arizona, where, you know, California's like $35 a day, whatever, on prisoners. And yeah, Phoenix, it's big business, and a bunch of our politicians are all bought into the privatized prisons. And it's the, you know, it's the continuation of slavery. It's the continuation of slave labor. It never ended. Slave labor never ended in the United States. It just adapted to the prison systems. And it's still there, and it's still strong, and it's getting worse, and it's about to get a lot worse.
Mm-hmm. Jeez.
And Arizona's kind of a pilot. It's kind of the testing zone. We've seen some horrifying shit go down here. We have reactionary police that just indiscriminately beat the fuck out of people on a regular basis and have absolutely no accountability. And it's that way in the whole United States. It's an absolute epidemic in Arizona.
Jesus.
But that's about as far from paranormal and esoteric that we can get. How about the spiritual nature of the weird motherfuckers that founded this country and George Washington's visions? Is anybody familiar with his visioning table that he used to talk to angels, and you can look up his diaries where he talks to angels and had a vision?
I wasn't even familiar with that. I do know that, you know, they came to him like a couple of times, and they wanted him to be like a king. And they said no, and then, you know, he declined, you know, the presidency, and but I wasn't aware of, you know, he had visions. I do know he was a
he had
Mason.
visions. One of his visions, and this is very interesting. This is very relevant right now to bring up, and kind of fun, and something maybe worth looking into for yourselves, should you choose. One of his visions was that, and it was an angel that came and spoke to him, and it was that all of the nations of the world would join together and come over the borders of the United States, and that would be the end of this experiment. We need to fucking stop pushing the buttons, and these motherfuckers need to stop making prophecies come true.
This was in George Washington's diary.
No,
Yeah.
I don't believe that one.
I've never seen it.
Worth a little research. It's one that I've been familiar with for 25 years.
You know who has a really bizarre story is believe it or not, Benjamin Franklin. Not only was he like
very esoteric individual and very strange.
like not only was he into that, but he was like he liked prostitutes. In fact, he had like a basket.
He liked old women.
Yeah,
he liked old women. He was awesome, wise man.
Yeah, but no, he liked to have sex with prostitutes. That's what he fucking did.
And what's wrong with that? Prostitution has been the only way that a lot of women have been able to earn a life without a man for thousands of years.
No, it's not even that. It's like, you know, that's like something that's like not mentioned in like when you go to like high school history and stuff like that. You're like, oh yeah, Benjamin Franklin, George Washington, Jefferson Thomas, and then they don't mention all that stuff. You're like, well. Kind of gets you a backdrop of the mindset of some of these people. He might have been a smart guy, but you know, his personal life was very bizarre.
My personal life's pretty bizarre. If that's any good business.
Watch I drive all the way to your pad.
Now
And
that you bring it up.
there's like somebody strapped to a wall with chains. I'm like, this is really weird. I'm going home.
If it's consensual, you know, and you're not invited. So
It's consensual. Any comments?
Where do we lead to from there? Aleister Crowley's work on sex magic? I think that's worth another show.
There any comments coming in tonight?
Yeah, we're getting a lot of trolls and whatever tonight.
Do any of the trolls have questions worth answering?
Yeah, exactly.
Come on, just one. I mean,
come on.
Or a goat. At least a goat. If you didn't bring a goat, you're fired. Or a virgin. Since we're talking about the paranormal. I don't think human sacrifice is a very good idea, but I do think that the old forms of human sacrifice, where we threw virgins into volcanoes and fed them to dragons, were a lot more humane than this current Disney element where we get them all strung out and parade them on stage half dead until they fall over.
But you don't want to be on the wrong end of the sacrifice. That's always bad.
Yeah, it's true.
So I guess
Again,
it might
if
be a
it's
thrill to
consensual.
everybody else. But
Age of consent.
Regine says everything is running OBS and everything is recorded. Ha. Whatever.
How's your coffee, motherfucker?
No, nothing.
So what's the difference between a religion and a cult? Religions are bigger.
Well, cult usually always comes to hidden knowledge. If I'm wrong, right? I believe that's the meaning of the word.
Occult.
Well,
but a
cult,
a cult is a something that's considered, a group of people that are following the dynamic of one person's insanity or a couple of people's insanity is how, a cult would be referenced by a judgmental society. Anything that was outside of their religious construct, like the term pagan. The term pagan comes from a word that meant occult or hard to find. It was reference to people that lived out in the hills at one point in time, was like more like a slur, someone that was kind of a hick. But the term pagan now is defined as anything outside of Abrahamic religion. So if you are not either Jewish, Christian, Islamic, or Satanic Luciferian, you're pagan.
Yeah, but pagans are different. That comes out of, if I'm correct me if I'm wrong, that comes out of the Nordic religions, and those are the true pagans.
The people that follow that sort of ancestral or that sort of path might define themselves as a heathen dynamic of the pagan community.
Well,
paganism is defined as, like, if you go to a pagan pride day, you will have people who are Wiccan, you will have people who are heathen, you will have who are Norse, you will have people who are
Norse. There you go.
You will have people that are Buddhist, you will have people that are possibly vampiric, you will have people all different flavors. Anything, the term was really a slur. It was really a slur that came about with the oppression of non-Christian communities and cultures, and they would define them as pagan, and they would burn them for being pagan. It was something that was applied to the indigenous here in the United States, as well as to the indigenous, the tribal cultures in old Europe, that they were pagans, and it was something that was a Roman construct. And so pagan is something that's been adopted by a lot of the magical community, tribal community, heathen community, in a way that it's like taking this term back so it can't hurt us anymore.
Yeah.
Because it's been a slur. It was a slur. It was something that was given to us as an atrocity to label us as something that was less than human.
You might know this. Like, you might be able to answer something for me.
So, okay, I was dating this chick and she was into that Norse stuff, and she used to say skull, and I'm like, what I don't know.
It's like Cheers. It's like Cheers or Salute or.
Yeah, she would never tell me.
Now I know. Anyway, I didn't mean to cut you off.
If my partner's listening, maybe he'll come speak to that a little bit. I'm not sure. Maybe we'll get him on another show. I'm not sure what he's up to right now, but I think I think he was listening. Yeah, the resurgence of ancestral traditions right now is really, really important because people, the first steps of colonization, the first steps of Abrahamic religion are to cut off people's connections to their ancestors. We're told that our ancestors were savages, that our ancestors were heathens, that our ancestors were less than human, that our ancestors were bloodthirsty, that our ancestors were bad. And that if we connect with them or we believe in them, that we're less than human or in some way, disconnected.
So didn't warring indigenous cultures do that to each other also? I mean, that's a common tactic.
Which? Do what?
Diminishing the other tribe, taking them over, raping them.
Rape wasn't not really. I mean, there were definitely conflicts, but it wasn't genocide. I think that he was addressing the natives, and absolutely, there have been.
They warred among themselves as well. It's not like they were angelic.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not. Yeah, no, and I'm not suggesting that any branch of human society has ever been angelic, but we're a bunch of fucked up subservient shits right now, and we need to fucking take a little bit of power back. We've been a little bit too subservient for a little bit too long and have become too disconnected. But
you can't be like the Standing Rock tribe and invite the government back in. That's a bad tactic if you're trying to do that.
It breaks my heart. It breaks my heart to see what's happened with the genocide on the indigenous in the United States of America has been part of this country's foundation since before 1776. And it just got worse from there. I mean, as of 1776, First Nations in the United States became prisoners of war, and they remained so until 1924. Adolf Hitler wrote about Andrew Jackson's treatment of the indigenous in his diaries. He was inspired by what Andrew Jackson did to the indigenous here in the United States. His concentration camps in Europe were based on the reservations here. And it has continued here. And it has never stopped. And Standing Rock is a key example of that. The water supply in the Navajo Nation is a key example of that. Children still being taught that their ancestors were evil. Children still being taken out of their families.
Why does the leadership keep going along with it, though? Your politicians are just as bad as ours.
Anybody who, frankly, in my perspective, anybody who wants to be a politician wants to control other people and should not be trusted. It's a form of leadership that is outworn and sick and does not work. And what happens is that it is continually corrupted. I think Carlisle Begay is probably the best and most heartbreaking example of that. He was elected a Democrat as a member of the Navajo Nation in Arizona. Halfway through his term, he was persuaded, groomed, bribed, sucked off, whatever the fuck, by Jeff Flake and John McCain. And he switched to the Republican Party. They did this all surrounding Oak Flat, which is some sacred land here that was signed over to Resolution Copper in the defense bill a few years ago, and it's sacred water that is being poisoned. It's another death trap mine. And Carlisle Begay has now been appointed as to one of the current president's officials, and he's his Native American advisor. And he has shown himself to be absolutely nothing but traitorous and treacherous and not interested in helping people to rise out of the poverty. And the thing is a lot of people, because of the way that the schools are still run on the reservations, people don't know. The indigenous don't know. I've met women. I had a young woman that was 19 years old, moved into a little place next door to me. And we were talking one afternoon, and I had been to some demonstration. And she grew up on the Pima Reservation in Arizona. She went to school on the Pima Reservation in Arizona. She knew about the Holocaust in Europe. She knew about Hitler. She knew about the Jews that were slaughtered. She had no idea that the reservations here were the basis for the concentration camps. She didn't even associate the word genocide with what happened to her ancestors. And this was a year and a half ago. So that awakening, Standing Rock is bringing that awakening to a lot of people. You know, the water supply here in Arizona on the Navajo Reservation has been absolutely poisoned for an extremely long time and has been completely ignored by the masses. They've been mining uranium on the Navajo Reservation since the late 80s, I think the 90s for sure. The 90s is when we had a lot of demonstrations and people were coming out to Arizona from California and trying to stand with the tribes to keep these mines from going in. And what's happened is that they've continued mining. Birth defects and cancer rate and sterilization, the population being unable to reproduce is all very real. The sheep having difficulties is very, very real. And the water supply is absolutely toxic. The water supply on the reservation itself is poisoned with oil, with petroleum. And now we've got a situation where the water supply in Phoenix has the highest concentration of chromium-6 in the entire United States. Chromium-6 is the chemical that Aaron Brockovich made famous by finding as a carcinogen that was in the water supply. Phoenix, Arizona has the highest concentration. Maricopa County has the highest concentration of chromium-6 in our water supply of anywhere in the United States. It's hundreds of times higher than it's supposed to be by legal limits. And Nestle is got a bottling plant here. We've got 3 bottling plants here. So the bottling plants that are here are pumping this chromium-6 into bottled water that's going out to people. And it's because the chromium-6 they're talking, oh, we've got all this chromium-6. The chromium-6 is because of the uranium mining on the reservation up into the Grand Canyon, and it's poisoned all of the water.
Yeah, you tend to get a lot of heavy metals around. I mean, even in our town, around the lakes, just normal runoff, and you'll get all kinds of the glyphosates, the heavy metals, and so forth. I mean, so just even any city, just in the runoff, you get pretty high levels. But yeah.
Yeah, but not chromium-6. Chromium-6
is chromium-6 good?
It's not an amino acid. Oh boy.
Is that a type of dinosaur?
We'll let you know in a million years.
Yeah, no, I'm not gonna jump down that rabbit hole. I was gonna say amino acids are really interesting. I was like, Tyler will take that conversation to a really dark place. No, but go ahead. Isn't it chromium 3 is known to cause cancer, right? And that's what's
incredibly carcinogenic.
Yeah.
Yeah,
they found in who was it? That lady, what's her name? Played
Aaron Brockovich.
Aaron Brockovich, yeah.
Yeah, and this is the chromium, and it's the same thing in the water supply in Maricopa County, in Phoenix.
Now, what is the water supply out there? You're not off the Colorado River. What river is in that area?
We have a huge canal. The canal systems in Maricopa County between actually all of Arizona, have existed for thousands of years. They were built by the indigenous here. 150 years ago, Phoenix, Arizona was lush and green and agricultural and amazing. And the water has been poisoned and rerouted, and the desert gets hotter every single year. But we have a lot of groundwater. There's lots and lots of groundwater. Actually, most of Southern California's water comes from Arizona, which is my first question. And how are you guys going to secede without water? You're going to have to bring Arizona with you. I'm sure they don't want to do that.
Seems like you got a fan here.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, I love you. Not joking.
Loves who?
All
of us. Yeah. Oh. Is it someone I know?
I don't know. Do you know Jake Clemmer?
Nope. That's funny. So yeah, Arizona's got lots of issues, and we're the testing ground, and it's just going to expand. And what happened with Standing Rock is, to call it tragic would be the understatement of the year. And it's just a matter of time. So much of the water has been poisoned. There's so many places, and it's like every little bit is just a stepping stone for the next grab. Every little bit that gets past us is just a stepping stone for the next grab. And when talking about the indigenous, I can't speak for anyone else, but from my observation, colonization, from my ancestry, we've had colonization for almost 500 years. And, we were the second forced migration in the Trail of Tears. And the colonization that has taken place across this country has been absolutely brutal, because when Rome took Europe and then took Africa, they had all the slaves that they needed. They had self-perpetuating slaves in Europe, and they had African slaves that they were trading. And so when they got to the indigenous in the Americas, they just slaughtered people. They weren't looking for more slaves. In Central and South America, you have a little bit more survival of the indigenous tribes that were completely colonized by Catholicism. And because Catholicism had a little bit more interest in bringing people into their religion rather than just slaughtering the people for the land.
I was going to say, based on some of the writings that have been found, when the Vikings came over, I believe it was to Canada. I don't think it was a violent confrontation that happened there at all.
I agree.
Yeah, I think that they used to have. Didn't some of the tribes used to call the legend of the white man, and that's what they think that they're referring to?
There were a lot of different flavors of people here, and that's one of the things that's not talked about, because they just killed everybody. But there were seafaring people on the Great Lakes that had come down. There's historical records, I know.
Oh yeah, that's a whole nother show. The Michigan runes that they found. You ever hear about those?
Kensington runestones.
Yes, and they were written and here's the weird part, is that they don't think that they're fakes, because whoever carved it spoke that language and was speaking in slang terms. So they what they think had happened over there is that a Viking ship went all the way through Canada and into the Great Lakes. That's what they think. That's how they think that they got there.
Yeah, it was a advanced scouting party. That still is what, 1300s, 1400 maybe. It was before Columbus. Put it that way.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Well, you got to remember that
the Moors had trade routes that came this way before Magellan. Magellan stole his routes from Moorish sailors, pirates. The idea that it's really funny how they say, "Oh, Columbus discovered the Earth was round." Did we have globes from Sumeria that are 8,000 years old?
Oh, Lily.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I can barely hear you.
Okay, I say if Columbus discovered that the Earth was round, how do we have globes from Sumeria that are 5,000 and 8,000 years old?
I didn't know there was any globes there.
Look up. Yeah. Yep.
I only remember the tablets.
The tablets, and then the tablets. My favorite example of the Sumerian cuneiform tablets is the one where it's got Enki sitting in a throne, and they thought that it was art on the walls above him that was in this tablet, and they discovered much later that it was a complete map. It was a picture of the planetary of the solar system, of all the planets in the solar system, including Pluto. And we have this cuneiform tablet before Pluto had been discovered.
Yeah, there was a lot of they think advanced astrology and mathematics in that
tremendously so. Yes,
in that culture, and a lot of people, a lot of historians refer to the Sumerians as barbaric and how do you say it? Not an advanced civilization, but they were definitely very advanced.
Yeah, that's because we got to give all the credit to the old white men in Rome.
Well, no, actually, these guys were before the Egyptians. These guys.
I know, that's what I'm saying. That's why they like to tell us that they were uncivilized, is because we got to give all the credit to the old white men in Rome, or the game won't work.
If not, yeah, I would think if not, well, I wouldn't say more so than maybe the stuff but a lot of the stuff from the Sumer and the, a lot of it hasn't been, excavated yet, so we don't know what else.
And a lot of it's been, but so much of it's been blown up. When do you know where the largest collection of Sumerian cuneiform tablets is?
Iraq.
Nope.
I thought it was in Iraq.
Philadelphia.
What do you mean?
The Smithsonian.
Oh.
Blown shit up out there. They've been blowing up ruins out there for 50 years. They've been blowing it up so that we can't trace back. Just like because it was written in stone, so they can't burn it like they did the libraries in Alexandria.
ISIS, went crazy.
Absolutely, that's been and
defacing.
And who's ISIS? Who's ISIS?
Islamic.
Yes, we are.
Well, no,
they're Islamic.
Well, like John McCain.
Well, we fund them, but they're still Islamic.
Well, and Christians cut down and destroyed the temples of my ancestors.
All right,
it's
guys.
The same angry God.
We got 2 minutes.
Well, the Roman way has always been to submit or be conquered. Back to you can ask the Etruscans that were just north of Rome how it turned out. But that's always been the way.
It's still what's in power. Look at the Vatican.
And it's still the way it is now. Yeah, you submit or be conquered.
Yeah, Rome.
The more
Rome
people
fell.
that wake up.
Yeah, Rome fell fairly easily. You know what they did is they got too big too quick, and they were
assimilated.
They were actually overpowered by local people. They got their empire was way too big, and it was already corrupt as shit by that point. It was corrupt as shit for a long time before it fell. But they fell to the locals.
Yeah, the money problems, and then when you couldn't pay your soldiers, that was pretty much the end.
Yeah, they went as far as the Britons, I believe. As far east, and I don't know how far west it went, but it didn't go all the way out to almost at India at one point, if I'm not corrected, right?
They traveled. If they were in Egypt, they were, circling round. They fancied themselves having traveled the globe, and they certainly collected things for their circuses everywhere that they could. And that hasn't changed much. It's still the system that's in power.
Yeah, this is the new Rome.
Yeah, there's Roman fasci in the Senate chambers.
Yeah,
It's a Roman fascist system. Nothing has changed.
Yep.
You used to have publicans that did a lot of the contracts for the city of Rome and all. Now you have republicans because you're going to do it again.
Oops.
Nah, we can't do it again. We gotta tear this fucker down and start over. There's no fixing it. There's no fixing it. It's designed to fuck us.
And 4, 3, 2.
It's not gonna buy us dinner first.
No.